Um, all right, everyone, welcome to Ladies' Night. All right, we're tackling a topic that didn't seem like it would be much, but I think that he is coming from something different. We're gonna be doing the topic: do Jason Black hate empowered Black women? Because he seemed to have an issue with women at work. All right. Uh, Joining us will be my co-host Charlene and Abana. the Thunder Princess.
Hey, you guys! Welcome to Ladies' Night. This is a gonna be a lengthy topic, but I think it needs to be addressed because a lot of these guys in the manosphere, they just wanna, spit their garbage and spit whatever they think, and they think they don't understand that they have men, and some of these men can't think on their own. I'm not saying all, but some of them can't think on their own and they like to go look up how other people think and take what they, because they seem successful, and try to use their ideologies. So that's what I just hope that we tackle this topic. You guys could type in the chat, tell us what you think. Please voice your opinions because I might come off as a feminist, but you can say that. I don't care. But I go hard for women, especially black women, and I go hard for all women. So I really don't care if I feel like you're wrong and you're trying to push a narrative that isn't right. I'm gonna come for you. So with that being said, yeah. Abner, do you want to add anything?
No, everything they say. So I'm just here with you.
Okay, you guys, so we are going to be commenting on this video. We are seeing this video live, same way you guys are seeing it. So whatever we say, this is our live reactions because we have not seen this video. So you will be seeing live entertainment and our live actions. I hope you guys are ready because we're just going to give it to you blunt and straight up and tell you how we feel.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna cover our bases with the fair use. All right. So this channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use, I repeat, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, surely, news reporting, only for those who don't know, teaching, we're going to learn something new today, scholarship, or research is not an infringement of copyright. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, here we go.
What is it like to be a working woman today? What is it like for them? What are their lives like? Well, if you let them tell the tale, man, it's all lit over here. It is great. They will say those words, those four fatal words. I love my job. You don't hear them say they love their husband. You don't hear them say they love their kids. They love their job, though. Man, oh man. Let them tell it. And this on your screen, this is the picture of the working woman today. Let them tell the story. Or if you really try to tell them, well, what is your life like? They tell you, this is what my life is like. I love my job. It's fulfilling. It's enjoyed. It's better than people. And when I do need people, oh, I go hang out with my girlfriends. So it either looks like picture A or it looks like this one right here. Oh, this is it right here. This is what it means to be a working woman today. This is what it is. Hang out with your bosses, with your gal pals, with your coworkers. This is the life of a working woman today. They'll let them tell the story. This is what it's like. This is what it's like. Yeah, but in reality, it looks more like this. Or, to be totally honest with you, it looks a lot more like this. Matter of fact, here it is right here. This picture right here in the 21st century, this picture epitomizes the life of the so-called working woman today.
Okay, let's pause it. Okay, so I just wanted let's refer to other things. Dame, can you pull up the hierarchy of needs? How you have at the base level, you have your needs, basically your shelter, your food, and then you go up the ladder. Can you pull that up?
Okay.
Or look it up and just have a picture and just pull it up.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, the picture.
Yeah. All right. So basically, I want to pull this picture up because I don't know what this guy is talking about. Because if you're not paying my bills, if you're not taking care of me, if you're not adding value to my life, my stance is you need to shut up, and that's how I feel. Who are you to tell me how my life should be run and what makes me happy?
Okay. Here we go.
All right. So if we looking at so this is man's laws hierarchy of needs. So basically, if we're looking at this, right? So the basics is we need our basics, right? Which is our bedding, right? We have to have a roof over our head. We need to have food. That's the basics of any living, food and a roof over our heads. So basically, if you're not providing me a roof over my head and a meal in my stomach, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to go starve? Do you want me to go be a hooker on the corner? What do you want me to do? Any sensible human will go out there and go work, right?
Is it? Mm-hmm.
You want to
Right.
explain? You guys could, you
So
guys.
he, so he's suggesting that we do the old-fashioned way, stay in our father's home until we get married. That's what it sounds like he's saying. Because otherwise, we're boring.
No, I think that what also he also is trying to say is that it's not by we staying in our father's home alone, but he's trying to tell us that the way we focus or the way we pay attention to our work more than how we're supposed to put our attention in our lifestyle. Like people have put in their attention too much in work without even themselves, they don't have attention for themselves.
Okay.
You know, because as soon as you put in yourself into the work, you have to also know that it's not about the work alone, but your lifestyle also matters. Your children lifestyle also matters. But we have a motively attention for our work alone or our job alone. And that's a problem I think we have it.
Okay, okay, Abena. So the reason why we're addressing this topic because he thinks working women are boring. I don't understand. So this guy, I don't understand what his logic is because not every man has the resources to provide for a woman and give her food and stuff, right? And if
Mm-hmm.
you have a daughter, right, are you gonna go tell your daughter, go find a man who's gonna provide for you, just any man who's gonna go provide for you at such a young age when she's vulnerable? She has no life experience. She doesn't know what's going on. She needs to acquire that life experience to pick and choose the right partner. So you
No,
just
no, I'm not going for that. I need
okay.
somebody who's working or somebody who can take care of my daughter and make my daughter life great.
Yes. So all right. So your daughter is 18 to 21. Do you think your daughter's gonna get married right away? Yes or no?
No, she will
Okay.
not.
So wouldn't she would have to work, right?
Right. The work have to be what she have to do for first thing in life. That will be the
Okay.
work.
All right. All right, you can continue the video. I just want to, we got to keep referring to this picture, because obviously we all need to go to work. We all need to pay bills. I don't know what the fuck this man is talking about, you know? He acting like he don't have family members that go to work. He act like he don't have friends or he don't network with women who works and own businesses. He got me frustrated. Anyway, let's play the video.
Tell you all in all candor is actually inspired by some real life events of myself and some other men. And let me tell you here, boy, it really is. It really is mortifying. These women will have you believing that their lives are exciting. They talk about their jobs nonstop, ad nauseum, ad infinitum. They keep going on and on as if everything is going great and wonderful. But if you've ever actually had to spend significant amounts of time, have a long-term relationship with, or cohabitate with a working woman, let me tell you, it is the damn pits. And for those of you fellas out there who have had the pleasure or displeasure, torment, should I say, of being with a woman, if you were married, if you had a chick who had kids, it was more like this. Yeah, that was pretty much all it was. They go to work. If they're at work, it looks like this. When they get home, it looks like this. I mean, basically, this is what it is. And everything is gathered around creating the illusion that something else is happening that isn't. Everything is great. It's wet and wild. It's all wonderful and woolly. We are just having the time of our lives out here. It's all the way lit. We are just wonderful and glamorous. Man, if y'all don't quit this nonsense, they are living lives of quiet desperation. They are living lives of solitude. It is them and Facebook. It is them and a social media app. It is them and a chat room somewhere. Most of their time is already spoken for. That's the problem. Most of their time is already spoken for. If you want to know the reason why the majority of females today don't have a man, can't get a man, and even if they do get one, they can't retain them, it's because their time is already spoken for. It's terrible. They have basically arranged their lives around their job. So if you're a man, she will basically schedule you around her job. The job will take first and second priority, not even necessarily because the employers require it. Let me tell you something. Every employer gives you paid days off. They give you vacation days. They give you sick days. These chicks show up like it's the military. Well, they show up like it's the military.
Okay, like what? Why is he mad? Like I don't understand. Like okay, she has a job. She's dedicated to her job. You're dedicated to your job. What is it? Like you go to work 7 to 8 hours a day. You're doing your purpose. You feel fulfilled. Why can't a woman get that too? Like what do you want her to do? Like fall at your feet, beg you, bow to you? I don't understand this rhetoric. Like I don't. Do you guys understand what he's trying to say? Like what does he want women to do? You want her to play house in a house all day, and then you're gonna talk about how she don't do nothing. And like, what the hell?
No, I think what he want women to do is like, okay, women have to sit down, because when you take it to the way back, the 80, 60s and stuff, then time we are not onto social media a lot. And our fathers or our great parents, they haven't even sent our mothers to school a lot, so they are not interested in working. They let them sit in the house to get a man who is going to take care of them. But now our generation, we are into business, we are into work. We are not into men too much because we know men has been making our life miserable. So we are focusing on work more than what the man is going to do in our life.
All right, so I agree with everything you said. So yeah, so now that we have equal opportunities, we both can work jobs. We both don't have to stay and rely in a relationship based on just resources, right? We're in a relationship because we want to be there. I just want to make that clear. We want to be there. because we love the person, not because we need, not because we're vultures, not because this person is providing me and I got nothing else and nowhere to go. We're there because we want to be there and we love the person.
Mhm.
Before,
Well,
women back when we didn't have that option. We did not. We was in a desperate place. And when you're in a desperate place, what do? You follow the rules and you do exactly what's being said.
Okay. But I think he told you why he's saying that. Okay, he's saying that he said that the men who are with these women are not a priority. They're not number one or number two.
Why
And
does
that
he see? That's I think that's his insecurity, because if you love a woman and she loves you, you're gonna be at each other's priority. So what is it? Is it because your woman don't do that for you? That's why you feel this way? That's why you gotta spit this rhetoric? Like, what is it?
oh yeah, and he ain't even talking about in a relationship yet. He's talking about to me like you're dating and she's not making you a priority. Y'all not married. Y'all haven't been exclusive yet. Y'all just spending time feeling each other out.
Okay, I want the men. If you're in the chat, right? Would you allow your daughter, your sister, your mother, right? To when she's in the dating phase to dedicate all her time to a man to appease him. And he hasn't even shown her that he wants to be with her. He hasn't even put forth that type of energy. Do you guys think women should do that? You could put if you could put a one in the chat if it's a yes, you can put a two in the chat if it's a no.
I think that is no, but they are not speaking the truth for black women.
Yeah, yeah.
They always
Okay, yeah.
want to. I think
They,
they
they
always
won't.
want to treat
Oh,
black
I'm sorry.
women, so they just want black women to bow under their knee, and then they will maltreat them. So they are not speaking the truth for black women. That's what I think.
They're not speaking the truth for any woman. Like I don't like if you show a woman love and dedication and you care about her, you will get that in return. And obviously some people are broken out here and they might not believe you. But if you're consistency and you show it and it's being felt, like women will go all out for you. The way he's talking is like it seems like he never received that before.
Okay. Deacon David said, when you add the extras, who would agree to that? That was a bit extreme.
Exactly. Like what you want, like come on, like I'm a human. A woman is a human being, just like a man. We have urges, we want to work, we have desires, we have stuff too. Obviously, we want to keep a home and we want to have kids also, but we are independent person also. We're not some jewel and prized possession you could keep up in a box or a dog that you wave a wand to.
hmm
All
And
right.
just like a man who's dating a woman, or going with a woman, or even involved with a woman, can't make her 24/7 priority. Somebody got to work. Same thing with a woman. She's either working to take care of herself, or working to take care of herself and her kids, you know, or she's passionate about something and that's her career. So yes, she's gonna fit you into her life, just like you're gonna fit her into your life. But no, because she's a woman, she gotta be boring because it's about her job. You don't hear women telling men, "Oh, because you're working and your life is about your job, you are boring." Even when we know that could be boring, but we understand this is your job and stuff like that. And if it's coming from you passionate about the job, okay, that's one thing. If it's coming because, okay, she sometimes there's you got to find a balance and stuff like that. So especially when you first getting into the working field, it's about work, work, work. Because you the least experienced, you the last one hired. You gotta you gotta take as many hours as you want. So you in that work, work, work. So you don't be let go, or because you're trying to gain the experience and stuff like that. In case you are let go, you can find another job and have the experience to back it up. Hmm.
Yeah, that is the experience they are talking about, and they don't want you to have it.
But I
Hmm.
think that, when women work and she learns more out in the world, she has more to offer to the table because she has more to talk about and she has that experience. If you have somebody who didn't do nothing in life and they just stay in the house, what can they talk about?
Okay. Deacon Dave said, I don't think this is what Jason Black was saying.
Well, please type in the chat what you think Jason Black was referring to because he made it very clear. He talked about Facebook, he talked about all these things. I ain't
Yeah,
got time
don't
for
be
that.
afraid. You know, let's see.
Go ahead. Let's play the let's play. Let's play it.
Okay, all right.
Terry, as long as they're over the age of 25, 27. Now, when they're the ages of 19, 20, 21, man, look here. They max out their paid days off. They call in sick. They'll be sitting there having theatrics. I remember when I was working for the biggest telecoms in America, some of these gals, I was scared to death when they hired a 20-year-old female because I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Boy, they would call you on the phone 7 o'clock in the morning. Cough, cough. Mr. Black, I think I done come down with the flu. Well, Sharkeisha, you only have 7 sick days. You've already been sick 11 days. So, how do you think this is going to go when you come in to see me? Cough, cough. Mr. Black, I see what I can do about it, but I sure does feel bad. Now, if you think for a moment that she was sitting at home taking Theraflu, I wasn't that dumb. I knew what the hell was happening.
Okay, let's
Oh, you
pause
sit up,
it.
you go spend out the weekend and whatnot. You've been hanging out.
Let's pause it. What he's talking about, everybody does that. It's not just a black woman. It's not just a woman in general. Everybody does that. And what he's talking about when you're 18 to 21, to me, when you're early in your career, you have the most passionate and you have the most energy to keep going and you're eager to learn. So I don't know what is he saying because I remember when I first got, when I was in the Navy and I first got to my ship, I was around that age. I was like 18 going on 19. And guess what? I was so eager to learn. I would show up early. I would be there late. I would be studying. I would be asking questions because I was so eager to learn. So I
Okay.
Yeah, and nobody want to fire in the first time of working, or you'll be in a position of your early age and you get a work. You don't want to be fired, so you always want to do what the work have to ask you to do. I mean, you always want to explain some of the things which is going on in your working place. So I think somebody is doing that. There's no problem about that.
Okay, I think y'all kind of missing what he was saying a little bit earlier. No, he's referring to he was referring to earlier that older women um, they don't give up their sick days or using their time to take time off from work and stuff like that. They just go and even be working on their time off. He's trying to say that the younger women, to be with their man, they'll use up sick days, they'll fake sick,
I
call in and stuff like that.
I disagree. I think it's the other way around because because I'm older. I find reasons to call in sick. Some days I don't even feel like going. I think the more older you get, the more tired you get, and it takes even more spark to keep you going.
Well,
I disagree because when you're younger, you're more eager to learn. You want to show up. You got that energy and that drive for us. When you get older, it takes 10 times that energy to keep going. And I highly disagree with what he just said. Like, because I think when you're older, you want to relax more.
mhm. Which
Which I agree
shows
with
that
what
he
he
don't know what he's. Which goes to show he don't know what he's talking about. He's
exactly.
thinking of. Mhm.
Even Dame, isn't sometimes you don't feel like going to work, you want to call in sick also?
Yes.
Most of the time, this is the time you take your sick days. You don't feel like going. You make excuses when you get older. When you're young in your career, I don't see people doing that. I see men showing up to work drunk because they got fucked up the day before. I see that. Nobody want to talk about that. Women too. And I'm not saying it's just men. I'm saying it's both people. You know, when you're young, you make dumb mistakes and you do stuff like that. But you know, as you get older, you know, you want to keep going because you're young and you got that passion to keep going. When you get older, it takes 10 times that. Like you got to dig deep and find that, you know?
Okay. All right. Deacon Dave says, young women have energy. Older women only care about their child. When older, the thrill is gone. So the thrill and the newness of a job and eagerness to learn, it seems like he's saying that's lost. And Deacon says, no, I work two jobs.
He works two jobs. I'm just talking about for people on a general point of view. And you can see it. Nobody wants to work the same job for a really long time because they get tired of it. It's just it's just the truth. I'm just saying, like, you know, when I was younger, I was very eager and I was headstrong and I just wanted to keep working. And as I got older, I don't want to do that shit. I want to be like other people, how they putting up excuses. I'm like, I need to get good at that. I'm just saying, you know, I don't agree with what he's saying, but the whole thrill. So what men say that they want the thrill. You think?
Mm. They it sound like they want the thrill of the younger woman, but from older women, but not for the job. They want it to be about whatever's going on with them. I guess at
You
least
could
that's.
do you could do that in a relationship. You set the tone in the relationship. You do new things. You make each other feel good. So when you show up, it's a thrill. I think these men don't want to do the work. That's what it is.
You're
'Cause
gonna be lazy.
yeah, to keep us to sustaining relationship, they don't understand that they got to do work too. It's not gonna magically come, and the woman's gonna continuously be in love with them on a consistent basis because she's young. Like, come on, people get over that real fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Renee says there's nothing wrong with earning a living.
I agree.
Nothing. Yeah, but sounds like Jason Black is trying to imply that hey, we're boring when we're making a living. All we
It's
talk about is the job.
You know what it is? I think low key, he's trying to be like Kevin Samuels. He's trying to spin his rhetoric so that he talks about women so he could get more cash apps, more followers, and be on that level that Kevin Samuels is. But low key, he don't want to tell everybody that. But that's what he wants. We'll see how his content change, but that's what he really wants. Because before he was talking about men, and now you know it's okay to talk about women. I'm not saying you can't, but if you target somebody's job that they trying to make a living, then you doing something that's wrong. If a woman made a live and said men was boring because they worked, you know how everybody will drag her for that, right? Am I right? We couldn't even do a live like this about men.
Hmm. Yeah, be like, okay, one minute you're complaining that men are not working, and then now you're saying they boring when they working. You know, there'd be a lot of dragging and talk. Yeah, I don't know which y'all want.
Yeah, they would
Hmm.
drag us from today to the sunrise. They'll do it consistently, but
Right.
yet they think they have the right to tell us that we're boring because we work.
They
You
can tell
first
us that,
one.
man.
So okay, if you think we're boring, go find one of them women that don't work, and
Yeah.
and see how interesting they are. You know, you want to spend time with a woman who can give you all her time. Her time is not taken up by work. Her time not taken up by kids. Go find her. They out there and
They are.
enjoy.
And that is the one they don't want because they don't want something to do.
No,
They don't.
know what happens? Wait, you know what happens, Abner? They get with her, right? Because of looks, because she looked good and she seems interesting, right? 6 months, 1 year down the line, she gets pregnant, and then he gets placed on child support, and then he's like, "Fuck," and then he's like, "Damn, I don't want to go out and party every night. I don't want to do all these things. I'm too old to be taking care of these kids running up and down, these terrible twos and threes."
Yeah, yeah.
And
And
then
then they
the
gonna be complaining about she don't work. She don't do nothing. She don't work and stuff like that. She expect me to pay for everything and stuff like that. She hit me for child support, but she don't even contribute her share.
You know, these men are the baddest men. They tell on themselves. Let me tell you, I forgot what's his name. I think it was Big Truck, right? You guys might see him in the spaces. So
Uh-huh.
this guy named Big Truck, right? He's a really big, obese, black guy. Anyway, but he's very wealthy. I will give him that. He's very wealthy or whatnot, but he's
Hmm.
not aesthetically. He's not pleasing when it comes to the eyes. And
Uh-huh.
then he talked about he had a black woman, right, that he was dating for a long time, and he got rid of her because she didn't want to work. And they both in like the around the same age frame. So, but you got the money to provide for her, and she don't want to work. Why not? Why don't you provide for her and tell her you don't have to, but can you be a housewife? But yet he want to go and get this girl from the Philippines and bring her over here and give her a house and everything. But he wants to take care of her, right? But how is that girl gonna go find a job? But then he wants the Filipino girl to go find a job. I don't understand. Make it make sense. You're gonna take a girl from a foreign country, a third world country, to come over here because you can't get another black woman, but yet you just had one, but you got rid of her because she didn't want to work. That makes no sense to me. Does that make sense to y'all?
It doesn't make
No.
sense to me. Okay, I think these men that we're talking about now, they're complaining about we filing a child support against them all the time, but they are not doing what we women. We don't need to file a child support against them because they think that because we are into child support always, so nothing matters to us. But that's not a problem. That is not what we think. We always want to fight for our children because they are our life. You, the
Yeah.
men, you support us.
Yeah. And would you want a woman who don't make children her priority?
They want that woman that said, I will do anything you like. I like whatever you like.
Okay. Deacon Dave said, "Will you allow me to disagree without calling me a contrarian?"
We allow you to disagree, but you gotta state your argument. We want to hear your argument. I need you to type it in the chat, you know, and just state your argument. I don't know. Do you guys want him on the panel? I think we're gonna do this video, and maybe later on we'll think about having somebody on the panel, a guy especially. But ladies,
Okay.
you guys are welcome to hop on. Dame, you could drop the link for the
Yeah, let me drop it again.
yeah for
Okay,
the.
okay. All right, there we go. All
But yeah,
right.
Deacon Dave, state your argument, and maybe later on we'll allow you to come up here. But for the most part, just state your argument. All right, moving on.
Okay. All right. Okay. You ready?
It would always be Monday. Monday was hell. It still is. It was always Monday. On Friday, whoever was the first ones to leave on Friday, I'd be like, okay, ain't gonna see you Monday. Ain't gonna see you Monday. So I already knew what it was gonna be. As soon as whoever, they would be lined up at the doors sometimes. Yeah, that's the young chicks. The young chicks schedule their job around their life. But the so-called mature females over the age of 25, 27, they got you. She schedules her life around her job, anything and everything, including the man. You got to just get penciled in. You have to get penciled in like a patient, like a client, like a customer. And then when they go home, if you want to call it home, what do you have? You have pets, you have kids, you have house plants, you have everything except for a life. And do not be deceived. They don't have a life. Not at all. Let me tell y'all something. The brutally sad truth today of the average female in the 21st century is they will sit up here and have you thinking that everything is great and it's sunshine and roses when they leave work. Man, don't let them fool you here. If they're lucky, they can get flued out somewhere on a random weekend once every other month. They don't have a schedule that gives them regularity. They can't make any type of plans. You got to schedule stuff with them 2 and 4 weeks in advance. Spontaneity is out the damn window. Why? Because they have to remain available for their job. They have to remain available for their job.
Okay, let's pause it.
Because they have to go.
Okay, so I feel like he's reaching. All right? Let's talk about this. How many women have put a man before their job, put a man before their kids, put a man before themselves? I see that on a consistent basis, and it never ends well for them.
Mm-hmm.
You guys see
Yes.
that? So I don't understand what he's talking about. Like, there's women who do that, and now you mad because they don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah. And that's what it sounds like. And you're not talking about a woman that you married to or are involved with, that y'all living together. You're talking about a woman that you're dating. You're talking about a woman you're dating. And you expect her to put you before a job that's her income, that provide her these things, and you upset that she got to pencil you in around her work. Okay, she had moved in with you, or y'all living together, or better yet, married, that's a whole different thing. But you're talking about you're dating. Y'all getting to know each other. She's working her schedule out. What works best for her and you. But yet you want her to put you before the job, and stuff like that. A job she's gonna need because you're not taking care of her. Are you gonna be paying the rent? You're gonna be paying the utilities. You're gonna be taking care of her maintenance and all that stuff. Until you do that, shut up about her penciling you in. She's not making you a priority. And if she got kids, you especially cannot be a priority, because her kids should be, well, actually, ideally, it should be her, then her kids, then maybe you. And because you're dating, you probably will take fourth place to her job. You're going to be around her job, around her life, and stuff like that. Oh my goodness, these men.
Maybe
These
if
are the men we have. These are the men we having around us, because You complaining about all those things, but you haven't even complained. You complain to, oh, have a woman who also have to bring something to the table. Why do this woman bring something to the table if he's not putting her job in front of her, or he's not choosing her job as a first choice? For me, I think the men shouldn't complain about all this thing, what women are doing. Nah, you shouldn't put your eye in what women we are doing, because we are trying to put ourselves in the right position for our children or our family.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, if men follow what we're doing, maybe they too will be successful. Maybe they would not be part of the manosphere. Maybe they will actually have a life of, kids and stuff like that. But they don't do that. It seems like they put woman, or you can say pussy, before everything. That's what they do. They pay money for it. They fly overseas for it. They put down payments for it. Maybe if they put their job and their priorities first, maybe they too can have a balanced life and not say dumb shit like this on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Okay. Because he's not talking. He's not talking about when you're in a relationship and stuff like that. No, he's talking about what sounds like dating. You know that she's not making you a priority. She's putting you around her job, or her kids, or herself. You know. She's not doing that. So she's boring. All right, let me stop. Mhm. All right, I guess
Go and be able to make sure they can pay for the rent over their heads for their overpriced apartment or overpriced mortgage. And of course, to take care of that overpriced car with the outrageous interest rate on it. So they have to make sure they keep their jobs. Let me tell you, they'll lose relationships with men, relationships with family before they lose their job. Everything gets scheduled around that. And then they're telling themselves that there are going to be men who are going to be hanging out waiting for it and whatnot. And so all they really end up doing once they get past the age of 27 or so, man, all you got is a chick with a job she got a dude she can dial up to lay on top of her. And then when that never goes anywhere, because it never can, then she's going to call up some internet guru to sit up here and ask what the hell went wrong. How many hours you working? What are your priorities? This is just somebody who was available. Oh yeah, he was available and he didn't have very many demands. I forgot that part. He's available, but he doesn't have very many demands. So he's living a life of desperation where he gets in where he fits in. He's like some prospector in the desert, just going from one watering hole and then just trudging his way across the savannah till he gets to another one. His life is in constant drought, which is why he can sit here and deal with a female who can tell him, hey, thanks for this weekend. Can you drop by in a month? We talking about, when they talk about, what is it, build a bear? We're talking about build a nigga? Okay, we're out here building abroad. Well, if I can string together 3 or 4 females here, I can get one the first week of the month, and then get another one. Well, she might be the second or third week of the month. And then maybe a third one there. She live out in Kentucky, though, so I might have to get that one as I go. And that's what it ends up being. No, what they would have you believing that they are on top of it. They would have you believing that it is great. They are on top of it. They're loving it. That there's nothing in life that gives them more fulfillment than sitting up here working 8-10 hours a day. And that they could do this for the next damn 30 years. And they are great. Man, look here. It is ugly out there, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's ugly. Hollywood can only make a picture last for so damn long. Have you all seen what the hell is happening out here on these streets? Is what I'm saying. Working women have absolutely abysmally boring lives. They have a smartphone in one hand, a key fob to a economy Asian car in the other, German economy car if she really worked it. And then that's it. I'm going to go ahead and step off into it here tonight. But before I do, everybody, I want to thank you all for joining us here tonight. If you're liking what you're hearing, you know how it goes. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up button, but also make sure you hit the like button as well.
Okay, I paused it for a moment there because the thing he's complaining about, he recommended that anyhow. You have a what they call it, what they call it when you have a bunch of women and you schedule them and stuff like that. You was already recommending that to single dudes who ain't interested in getting married or are not interested in getting married right now and stuff like that. Anyhow. Okay, you spent this month or this week with this woman, and then you spent this week or this month with this woman, or you spent this one or this week with this woman, and as you're traveling for your job, you have this woman here in this state and this woman there in that state. You was already doing that. So what is your problem with it? Yeah, like someone said in the chat, who hate Jason? Did someone had to pencil you in? Or they said I can't right now because I gotta work. Dang, what is all that this nonsense about?
Oh no, Dave got me laughing.
Yeah. So why are you bitching, moaning about having something you already do? I wish I had time. I'd go looking for it when you did recommend it to the guys. Yeah. In fact, some of them are following that program now. Oh, but now you want a woman to make your priority, but you're not making her a priority. You got to put in some time and work for her to realize you not just dating her or not just there to sex her up or go out occasionally. She's not on your what is that thing? I don't want to say a harem because that don't sound quite right. So it's gonna come to me much later. But yeah. So yeah, until that then, you're not a priority. You're working. You're gonna be penciling around her schedule, her life, whatever her life is. If she's a career-driven woman, her career, her work, whatever. If she's just a regular working woman, you as I said earlier, unless you're prepared to have her move in, pay her bills and stuff like that, yeah, she's got to work because she wants to eat, have her own a roof over her head, utilities, all the whatnot, and all the other things of maintenance and stuff like that. So unless you're going to permanently take it over, she's going to work. And yeah, she's going to pencil you in around her work schedule. If you call and say, hey, babe, let's go. I want to take you out. Or I want to take you to the islands. Or I want to take you down the coast or whatever you do. And she's like, nah, I got to work. Hey, she ain't the only one in your list, supposedly. Just like, okay, maybe another time and move on to the next woman. And stuff like that, instead of crying and whining and about she's not making you a priority. Oh my God, y'all make me sick. Oh, wait a minute, I know what it is. You ran into that woman. She ain't really that interested in you. So she tells you, oh, babe, I'm sorry, I gotta work. And every time you come over or you call, oh, it's not a good time, I'm working. Or, so you got that I'm working thing a little too much. And you starting to get the clue that maybe she ain't into you and your feelings are hurt.
Oh no, I like the way you said that. You gotta pencil him in. You know what? Listen, women, we get the drift. As soon as a man seems busy and he's like, oh, I got Wednesday or next week this day, and you only fit on his schedule 2 days a week, and he don't text and call you on a consistent basis, guess what? We get the drift. You know what we do? We block you. We don't talk to you. We let you go. We're not stupid. We're not about to sit around and take scraps. So that's that's why this shit is funny. And obviously, if somebody wants you around them, they will make time for you. Even if you work 7 to 8 hours at night. If I love you and I want you around me and you make me feel good, guess what? I'm gonna pencil you in. I'm gonna make sure that I see you during lunchtime. I see you when I get home. I call you during the day. I will make time and I will make you feel like you're needed. He's mad because women get the drift. Like, we not stupid. We wasn't born yesterday. Like, come on. Obviously, you guys are telling on yourselves. You telling us that you got a whole team of girls, right? And you got a rotation. We not all right. We get the drift. We understand that you got a rotation. I don't
Yeah,
want to
I
be in
see
the
what's up.
rotation. So guess what? I'm gonna just move and go left. Right? It's all good.
Right.
Mhm.
They think, the way they want to control women, it seems like they are not getting it to that point. They want to control us, that whatever they will say or they will tell you, hey, sit here, then you're going to sit because you don't have anything doing or you don't have anything going on. And they are the one taking care, or they are the one control you, even into date. They have to control your life. Nah, we cannot sit down and let everything go just like that and we let you control our life. No, it's not going to happen. No.
Mhm. Yeah. So women are getting wise to it. Maybe, as I said, maybe he got too many. Oh, I'm sorry, babe. I can't work. I gotta work. Mhm. Ah, where do you get a job flying around getting with different women? Um, I guess if you have your own business and you are you some companies you travel for business. Or it could be just something he's saying. I don't know. Whatever their reasons, they all have this rotation thing. Oh, let me see. Let me see. So Red Wines go. Where do you get a job flying around getting with different women? Now it's a case of, okay, I'm going to be in such and such time for work or work related situations, and while I'm here, let's go out, do a little something something, hook up. Now, Midtown Pookie says it's not about control at all. It's about getting them uh, some for JJ, and they know it's impossible to control anyone outside of themselves. And Deacon says it's not wise. It's called getting old. Okay, okay, and now, okay, I hadn't seen this person before. We got someone called Compo Joe. I'm amazed at how many bum ass B sector content creator there is. Oh well. And let's see. Okay, Midtown Phuket. And believe it or not, they are successful more than not because women believe it's about control when it's not.
Yeah. So obviously we know it's about they just want some pussy. That's why we be like, well, are you gonna take me shopping? Are you gonna fly me out? What are you gonna do for me? Because if it's an exchange like that, man, I need some resources. I need some money. I need you to take me shopping. I want this, I want that. This shit ain't free. Basically, right? Because if you boil it down to that, why don't you just get a prostitute? Why? Why put women lives through hell when you can just go get you a prostitute or a high end escort? You know, it's more cheaper, and people understand that that's what you want, and you probably get better service. Am I right, ladies?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least that kind of service. But I don't know. Maybe they want to be loved. I want to be loved. Or they don't want to feel like they really paying for it. Okay, Deacon says don't confuse control with compliance. Yeah.
What? Yo, I don't understand compliance. Compliance, you don't get compliance. It's not a this is not a job. This is not like I must obey you. I must be compliant to you. What are you doing for me? You gotta show me your resources. What can you do for me? Can you fly me out? Can you take me shopping? Are you gonna pay for my groceries? Are you gonna pay my rent? If you want this to be a contractual movement, right? With just a contract, I need resources. If this is not about love, you're not trying to get to know me on a personal level, be upfront. I need resources. Show me what you got. Right? That's what they say. High value man. That's what you want, right? Okay. Show me your resources.
Okay. Dave just used the smack my head emoji. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. I just stopped because something he was irking me with that. All right. Here we go.
YouTube is going to try to bury what we're doing. But if you're liking what you're hearing here tonight, go ahead and post up, hit the like button for me, smash that thing, and let the people know you're liking what you're hearing. With so much that is said about women today, with so much that is said on the internet, these guys are not really barking on is the fact that, by the way, even if you were a man who is in the top, I will just go ahead and say it, in the top 2%. I won't go down as far as 5%, and I won't go up as high as 1%. Even in the top 2%, even if you could do that, even if you could allow them and get them anything and everything, even if you were able to finance their lives and whatnot, do you realize that most of these females today couldn't go for it? In reality, they actually couldn't do it. My man Andre is in the chat tonight. He'll bear me witness. I ain't trying to put you on Front Street, Andre. I'm not telling no his business. I'm just saying, Andre, wink, wink. You know what I'm talking about. Every fella in here understands that. They don't have any time. They sit up here and complain. I put up a post on Facebook that was talking about, my next girlfriend won't be able to work full time. Okay, well, absolutely true. I'm going to stand by that. Absolutely true. But let's be very, very clear. Most of you ladies, they loved it. Boy, I'm telling you, hundreds and hundreds of likes. They loved it. They adored it. It was wonderful. And you ain't going to be able to do it. You're not going to be able to do it. Why? Because you have already structured this abysmally boring life that you constructed for yourself. Because a man likes a woman who is able to give spontaneity. And that doesn't mean you have to necessarily jump and do some crazy stuff here, but a man doesn't want to have his entire life scheduled from the moment he gets up to the moment he goes to sleep. Women today, their lives are scheduled for a working woman. Her entire life is scheduled for the moment she wakes up to the moment she goes to bed. Let me go ahead and say this a different way. For those of you who are working women, you're like a single mother without the kids.
Okay, let's pause it there. Let's pause it. Okay, all right. So let me just say his last statement is funny. I can laugh about it. But same thing with guys. If you don't have a woman that's taking care of your household and you're not, but guess who's gonna feed yourself? You. Guess who's gonna cook for yourself? You. Guess who's gonna do your laundry? You. Guess who's gonna clean your house? You. I'm lost here. Every human being has to take care of their environment because that's where they live at. So just because you got to take care of your environment, you got to be shamed for it. If you don't go somewhere with that, Does he really have the resources to hire a maid, hire somebody to do all these things for him? I don't think so. So obviously, if you by yourself, you got to do that for yourself. Come on, how you gonna shame somebody for taking care of the things that they have to do on a consistent basis? That makes no goddamn sense. This guy is unbelievable. And then you talk about spontaneous, right? You could be spontaneous if you guys are both in a relationship. I don't understand. Like, you don't have to tell your man everything, and you can surprise him on occasions. And it could be different occasions that he don't know about. You know, spontaneous. To be spontaneous, you have to give a fuck. All right, let's be honest. If you don't care about the individual, I ain't gonna do shit for him. I'm not gonna do shit for him to make him feel special. I'm not gonna go above and beyond. I gotta give a fuck. If I don't give a fuck, I'm not doing shit, and that's how I feel. But if I care about you and I want to see you happy, I might spice it up. I might do something different. You know, I might make you feel special. You know, I might do something out of the ordinary. If not, then I don't know what to say. If I don't feel that way, I'm not doing it. And I don't care if I'm at home, I'm doing this. I can't play pretend. You guys think women are stupid and we don't play pretend. You guys think we're this docile creature like an animal and guys can tell us what to do. Listen, we have a mind of our own. All right, you guys go ahead.
Okay. Well, first I want to say congratulations, Charlene. Your relationship talk with Charlene, the show 50-50 Relationships, went 500 views.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congrats, sis.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get back to this work because he about to put this working on him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, women, before we do that, this is what the chat has been saying about what we heard so far. And let's see. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. They wanted to know who the subject made. All right. I married a woman that gets it. I would never expect a feminist to get it. That's Deacon. But Pookie said, Midtown Pookie said it's not fun to play a prostitute because it's understood business transaction. These men want to hurt women. The best way to do that, besides physically, is to destroy them emotionally. Now, Rodney Mallory comments, okay, let's be realistic. How many black men are in the 1% or in the 2%? Better yet, how many black men are in the 5%? Now, this is where it gets really. Midtown Pookie said this Naga sounds stupid as AF. He's grooming his women listeners. He said, yeah, the Naga's grooming his women listeners for himself. And they think he sounds stupid. Men like that look for people to dump their responsibilities on. That's coming from Rodney. Midtown says, I'm not a woman and I ain't going to pretend like I am, but I know what the F he just said was some stupid bull crap. So they believe he's trying to groom his women listeners.
Mic drop. Let's just go ahead and tell the truth and shame the devil. Working women are like a single mother without the children because her job is her child. Her job is her husband. Her job is her family. She'll come up with reasons to go to that damn place. If they talk about not having her, she'll come up with reasons for it. So if you want to know why it is that men gravitate to young, sporty females, it's because they haven't sold their souls to the devil. They haven't done that just yet. Leave them out there long enough and Long John Silver's Here We Go. But until then, they haven't sold their souls to the devil just yet. So you still got wiggle room in there. They haven't decided to go ahead and just give every damn thing away. They haven't decided to do that just yet. But the working females, oh man, that's a wrap. And then they get used to it. They craft their lives around it. They craft their existences around it. They want you to rearrange your life to fit her schedule. She'll have days off, she'll have vacation days, and forget about it. She's not touching any of that. Everything becomes a struggle. Everything becomes a fight. Everything becomes that. So I'm speaking specifically to you older females out here today. I'm speaking specifically to you. If you want to know why it is that the men are responding the way they are and whatnot, if you want to know why it is that they're not given the leeway that they used to, yeah, once you cross a certain age, and I'm talking about your mid-20s, can't even say your late 20s, mid-20s. Why? Because you live in an economic environment today where they can't wait that long. So by the time they get out of high school, it's really going to be the clock ticking until they finally either give up all hope. Once they say, I'm going to do it for myself, what that means is, nigga, you ain't going to see me anymore. And there they go. Then they go off and, I'm going to go chase a career. Most of you do not have careers, but for the few of you who do, it doesn't turn out any better. And I could see it differently if you were doing it and there was just some major, wonderful, lit stuff going on. But I just got to tell the damn truth. You all have boring ass lives, man. I don't even know if I would call that a life. These are just boring ass lives. It's not like y'all are doing nothing. Ladies, I just got to be truthful with you here. You're sitting up here, you go to a job, and that's the highlight of your day. That's the height of your status. When y'all leave those places, you're nobodies. No wonder you hang out on the internet and hang out on social media and play video games and sit up here and have all this other stuff going on online. Yeah, because the real world is whooping your ass with both hands. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to tell the truth. And the men listening to me right now will bear me witness. Ladies, it would be different if all these working women had these great, wonderful, lit lives, but you don't. Your lives are boring. It's the same damn routine. You're like a bunch of 12-year-olds. You have a time to get up in the morning and a time you got to go to bed. It's like dealing with a bunch of little old ladies. It's not like dealing with young, vibrant women. It's like dealing with a bunch of little old ladies in a nursing home. There's a time they get up, take their medication, go to work, come home, cook, bedtime, rinse, repeat. And then we'll complain about what the men are not doing or what they want them to do. But for most of you, I got to tell you, ladies, your lives are boring.
Okay. All right. So it's interesting that he is talking about that he talked about women are complaining about what the men ain't doing. But isn't that what you're doing right now? You're complaining about the women ain't doing, that all they do is work, or work to take care of kids and stuff like that. Aren't you complaining that they not making y'all a priority, not giving you all their time, making their work more important than you and stuff like that? And don't you and everybody go through moments of where they work, they come home, fix something to eat, go to bed, and like he said, rinse and repeat. We all have those moments like that. Men, women, that's part of what happens in working life. Sometimes you get moments where you just in those moments of just work, pay bills, go to bed, wake up, go to work again.
Yes, because you're trying to do something for yourself and especially for your family. So all the time, your mind is busy about what you're going to do the next day, what you're going to do the following day. So your plan is that if I'm going to work, Or if I'm working, putting work in myself, I still need to do something else. I still need to find myself to somewhere else. So the work all the time have to be first in everything I do. But that's what give me money. That's what help me to take care of my children or my family. So that will have to be the first thing in my life. I cannot wake up and go to anybody's place. And if I wake up, as soon as I wake up, I have to pay attention to what I'm going to do in work.
Okay, so what I don't understand what he's saying, because if you're a millionaire, if you making six figures, that takes discipline. You don't get there by just doing willy nilly, staying up all night and not taking your job seriously. That takes discipline. You got to put forth the energy. You got to put forth the action. You got to have a regiment that you do on a daily basis. That shit doesn't just come easily. You got to be disciplined. And obviously, he's mad because a lot of these men are not disciplined, and a lot of women are. You can't shame somebody because they want to elevate their life. I don't understand where this is coming from. And you talking about younger women got spontaneous. Obviously, because you don't want to go spend money on them. I wonder why. Somebody got to spend money on them. You got to spend money on them, right? You tell men to go after younger girls. Obviously, you got to spend money on them. And that's what you guys say. You guys glorifize gold diggers on a consistent basis. It's laughable. And then you demonize working women and a regular woman on a daily basis. Make it make sense. But that you could play.
Yeah. Yeah. So hey, as I said, if you find her boring, leave her alone and move on to the. You got these young chicks in there. Oh, sorry, wait a minute. I think it was Midtown Pookie who said those are working women. Those are women, just a step up from the ladies of the evening. Okay, garden tools. All right. Whew.
Boring. Let me go ahead and tell you right now, if you are a female and the last exciting thing you did was post up pictures of you going to a club or a bar with your female friends, hate to tell you, you are boring. There's not a single man who sat there and took a look at that and said, wow, that's the chick I want to talk to. Right there, don't you see? There's no men around. There's a reason for that. Ladies, we see it all over the damn place. When you go to Red Lobster, Olive Garden, Ruth's Chris, you name the damn place. There's a whole bunch of females who come rumbling in packs and herds. You know what you don't see? Men. You don't see anything like that happening. Why? Because we understand this is boring. You know, you talk about all these females and whatnot, and you always talk about how, oh, they get with Pookie and Ray Ray and Pookie and Ray Ray, and they love excitement. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess when they're younger, they do. But as they get older, they kind of just hang on to this really raggedy vestige of it, but it really isn't holding the integrity it used to. It really doesn't have that anymore. It's really just this raggedy, ramshackle, put together with scrap metal version of what it used to be. But working women don't have lives. Working women are boring. They don't have any time. They don't have any energy. They're losing their identity. They begin to identify as an employee because that's the only way they can be good at their jobs. Men can compartmentalize. Men are able to compartmentalize, and females complain about that when it comes to men and sex. Well, he can compartmentalize loving somebody and just having sex with them. Well, guess what? We can do the same thing with a job. We can do the same thing with a job. The same thing that allows us to have sex with somebody. Let me go ahead and put up the right kind of graphic for it here. The same thing that allows us to have sex with somebody without loving them and to fight somebody, mixed martial arts, boxing, without hating them, is the same thing that allows us to work for somebody for 10, 20, 30 years without that becoming our identity. A man is able to engage in activities without that changing who he is at a basic fundamental level. Women can't Do that. If you park a woman in front of a computer screen long enough, she tells herself that in 5 or 10 years, she's going to be this happy worker bee and she'll be able to do what the men are doing. No, when you stare into the abyss stares back. You sit in front of that screen long enough and you become an extension of your workstation. How many of the females listening to me right now, you've got a work laptop that you bring home with you? I want you to go ahead and have a moment of honesty here. It's a come to Jason moment. The females listening to me right now, how many of you have a work laptop that you use that you bring home with you from your job? If you do, use the hands up emoji. Go ahead and put up the hands up emoji. And hit the like button for me also here. I know it's hitting you where you live, but it's time for you to go ahead and have a moment of clarity here. How many of the females listening to me right now, you have a work laptop, a work app, something that connects you directly to your work facility at your job that you take home with you? You've even gone out and bought the nice little portable computer bag protector thingy. You've even got those. I mean, you've had to spend some of your own money to make sure it's okay. How many of you have a work laptop, a work iPhone? You have a work, or both, God forbid. How many of the females listening to me right now, you have a work laptop and or a work iPhone that you have to take home with you?
Okay. All right. Now, I don't know about a lot of the different jobs, but since COVID and the quarantine, quite a few people got work laptops. Men, women, those who can work from home. Sometimes certain jobs, I have a church member. She has, yeah, she uses. She got a more powerful phone, so she can do everything from her phone. But that's also because she works for the company. Sometimes they put her in different areas, and if she can get away, if she can do some stuff from her phone or from her computer without having to travel, she's gonna do it. Or if there's a situation at home, like when her child was sick, they let her work from home using her computer or her phone. Duh. But that could be why they're talking about the laptops lately. Okay, because so now work is at home. They're working from home. And you're thinking, oh, she's working from home. She should be able to make me a priority, pencil me in. But no, work is still available. Because if I go by my cousin, she has a regimen. Like Charlene said, you have a regimen for work. There's a certain time for her work. She has a certain room that she turned into like a little mini office, and she works. And then if something comes up in her home, you know, she can log out, like be on break or take her lunch, supposedly, or even work at certain parts of the time of the day, and then don't work for the rest of the day. But no. You won't because now she's working at home. She's a priority. So, but you saw, no, she got the work laptop. Yeah, she's working on the laptop. So now you're still not a priority. Is that what it is? You thought because of COVID, a lot of women are working from home. That means that they can fool around with you and make you number one and jump and do anything you want to do because they got the work. They got the work laptop, or one of them agreed to go on a trip with you, but she had to bring the work laptop because she still got to work and feed herself and her people and take care of her bills because you're not marrying her. You're not making her your one and only and have her moved in, live with you and taking care of all that so she don't have to work. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. I was in my own little ranty world.
No, they just want to demonize you. I think I think he's looking for followers. He's looking for female followers, and he's trying to blow up like Kevin Samuels did. I think this is what it is. So he tries to target a woman, her job, what she worked for. They try to target your self esteem. Try to target something that you work hard for. Target something that you put your energy in. Something that makes you smile when you show up in the morning and you feel good. They try to target that. Like, listen, you're not gonna be my one and only source of happiness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Midtown Pook agree with you. He said, listen at him because he ain't giving no helpful advice to men at all. He's grooming these women listeners for himself. And just woke said, had this young handsome man blow my phone up last night when I was with my homegirl. This Negro is trolling. This Naga's trolling. And Red Wine is like he like to say boring a lot, but this is interesting. The Tech Biz Shay Show says, I'd rather be boring than broke. And Ron is like, what the hell is he talking about? This is, and he said, why are any female listening? Yeah, and Tech Biz said, yes, that work laptop paid me $80K a year. So you ain't listening to that. And Midtown Pookie goes on to say, what you do for a living, love it, hate it, doesn't matter. It's still a part of who you are. And Just Woke said, of course we have work laptops. Mika said, get your 80K, girl. And Rodney Mallory is going, he sound like an old papu that's back in the 70s. It means, damn it, 2022, it takes two to make it. Is 22 everybody got a work laptop or work phone? Hell, I work for myself and I got a work laptop. That's Rodney. And Midtown Pookie's going, he's effing YouTubers. That's literally a part of who he is. Effing and fighting is two different things. And TechBiz says, we getting this money. They believe he's trolling. Dude gotta be trolling, sis. And Midtown Pookie is saying he ain't trolling. He's pimping for YouTube dollars. Okay, Melanie, a lot of work is done at home by phone and computer. Okay, and Tech Business like he's giving broke. Why isn't he at work? Hell no. Let's see, what's this? Oh, I kind of scrolled up a little too fast. Okay, Rodney said this is a man that's trying to interact with a woman's emotion. Let's see. And Tech Biz says if his work laptop is not beside mine, he don't need to be at home with me. Ray Wan says he seemed unrealistic. Rodney is going, well, if he was doing a podcast or a broadcast, wasn't he on a laptop or some type of computer or handheld device? He argued his arguments did not make no sense. And Mika says he's been around way longer than KS talking ish. I heard this guy for 5 minutes years ago because I heard people mention his name, that he was really something. It took 5 minutes for me to bounce. Let's see. Mel is talking to Melanated True. I think he's trying to imply that if she works at home, that's just another reason not to prioritize the whim of a man. And Mika goes on to say, my 19-year-old has a work laptop. So that's now part of the equipment. Working laptops, work cell phones. Shoot. I don't even have an app on mine, but I get work related stuff on there. Not a lot of it, but enough of it to hey. All right, so I'm gonna continue on unless Avanade, Charlene, you have anything more to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say yes. He's trying to get the woman emotional. Yes, he's trying to target them emotionally because this is he's trying to be the next Kevin Samuels. You guys gotta check it out, right? He lowers you in by bashing Kevin Samuels and the other guys on here, but yet he kind of keeps their same talking points when it comes to black women and women in general. So I'm like, are you really for that? Like, but no, I really think he's trying to get the black woman, involved so he could get these cash apps and he could get a huge following. I think so. We see your trick. We see what you're trying to do.
Okay, I don't have much to say. It seems like we have already talked about everything, and what he's doing for me, I don't get it. And I think he's pulling women attention from men. He don't want the men to see what women is doing, and he want the men to hate the women a lot. So now, if somebody is having a woman who is working too much, he's gonna pay. He's not gonna pay attention to him. He's gonna hate her because he might thinking that I have a man who was saying all these kind of things against women. So for me, I think he have hate women already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's not giving any advice to neither the men or the women. He's either pimping to get more women followers, or he's grooming the women so they accept him. When he be making that noise like, I put down you gotta make me a priority, or you're gonna have to give up work if you want to be with me. Yeah, nonsense. Why would he need to say? Why would we bother with that? All right, let's continue on.
I know I'm trying to tell the truth about it right now. Do you think that's exciting? Do you think that that isn't taking a toll? Do you think that we don't know that that thing is like a handcuff on you, that it's attaching you to your job? Do you think that we can't see that you are bringing the job home with you and then going to sit up here and defiantly tell a man, oh no, I haven't brought the job home with me? No, not at all. I haven't done that. And we're up here like, are you kidding me? I can see you cycling through the work cell phone numbers in your head right now. Now I want to ask another thing, ladies. How many men do you know who bring home a work laptop and a work iPhone? They know better than to ask us to do that. They know better than to ask us. But for you all, it's routine. It's routine. So what I want you to understand is that when I tell you that your life is boring, when I tell you that you have been maneuvered off into this isolated little space and you haven't been able to see the changes, I meant what I said. You have all started to become single moms with or without the children. The man's going to have to structure time with you either around kids or around a laptop, around an iPhone, around an Android. And there's nothing else that goes on. And before you even try to say it, don't even try it. Before you even try to say it, oh, I came prepared tonight. There are some of you who think you're going to make the argument, well, Jason, you don't know everything. I mean, life be lit over here. And, I just have my own ideas about doing things. And sometimes I like to go off and get stuff done on my own. And I do go off and, take my excursions and trips and whatnot. Let me tell you something. I have been to most of the resorts you all can name. I have been to those places here. Let me tell you, the females, ain't nothing going on. Ain't nothing going on. There's nothing going on. Understand that. You can travel around the place and see ain't nothing happening. It's just a bunch of chicks running around with other chicks. That's it. Anybody who's seen the beaches in California, Florida, the East Coast, the Caribbean, it's just a bunch of chicks running around with chicks, and they're going to be there for a few days. Check their Facebook posts, check their Instagram posts, check their TikToks. They're only going to be there for a couple of days. It's basically a damn weekend. It's not like they're going to be there for a week or two. You might have one of them who worked the whole damn year. She worked the whole damn year, and she planned for the vacation in advance. Oh, hell, to the men out there, doesn't that just grind your souls into salt? You're with a female who's breaking her arm, patting herself on the back, talking about, well, you see, I've sat here and I've gone over my paydays off and my extra time. And, every 2 weeks that I work, that is 4 hours of time, 2 hours of time off. So I can go ahead and build that back together here. And in 6 months, I can take a week off. Okay. Wow. All right. So you have to sit here and you're right. It's like Groupon. You have to sit here and wait for them to maneuver their way through all this jargon and garbage. And then you're supposed to be thrilled about it. That's a problem. YouTube is trying to keep my numbers down here tonight. So I want y'all to go ahead and do me a solid and share tonight's program. YouTube is trying to keep the numbers down, because this is an adult discussion that you're not hearing over there in the whinus manosphere. We're talking about something real right here. In the real world, you want to know what the real issue is with working women? The issue with working women is they don't have a life. They don't have one. And they'll swear up and down that they're enjoying these great vacations in Jamaica and Barbados and St. Croix, and they're going to claim all that mess. Ladies, let me go ahead and burst your bubble right here. If you don't have the ability to go on a vacation and stay as long as you would like, you ain't vacationed. Let me try this a different way. If you're a working woman and your vacation ends in less than 7 to 10 days, you haven't been on vacation. That was an extended weekend. Let me tell you right now, on all the trips I've ever taken with a woman anywhere on this planet, it is a requirement that they have to be able to stay at least 2 to 3 weeks. And for all this talk about how much they love their jobs and this, that, and the other, and how much they love that, let me tell you right now, when you can go take her to a place and she can just go sit back and lay back and kick up her heels for 3 straight weeks, this is what it looked like when you say, okay, let's go back home. It looks like this right here. All the time, every time, 100% of the time, it looks like this right here. This is what it looks like. This is what she's doing. What you mean we got to go? Why I got to leave? Well, you got a job. I'll use some more time. You've used up all your time. I'll borrow some more time. It looks like this. Ladies, can we just be honest? This is not your life. You damn well wish it was, but this is not your life. And it sucks. And it only gets worse when you have to get back there and then you have to start pretending like everything is okay. There you are, mean mugging the laptop when you get back. Now you're mad and angry because, well, the man I'm with, I don't know why I got to sit here and do this right here. Now you're working, you're angry and surly, but eventually you're going to level out again, and then you're going to become a cog in the machine. No, can we just be honest? Women don't have exciting lives. They don't. It is men who make their lives exciting. We're the ones who bring the spark into it. Women by themselves don't have exciting lives. There is nothing more pathetic. Yes, I said pathetic, ladies. There's nothing more pathetic than a bunch of females sitting around trying to cheer each other up over alcoholic beverages. And the women know it.
Okay, he's doing something we had talked a little bit about last night. About, we were talking about, shaming single mother. I mean, not single mother, single women who aren't married. And I have to admit, Melanated had mentioned that the men do it too. This is an example of men shaming women for being single. Except he's not shaming them, so say marry a man. No, 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 no. Well, it probably is, but sound like me to get with a man. Oh, she's boring if she's single and working. She needs a man to make her interesting. You know, this is um this is what it sounds like to me. I see why, Rodney says he's starting to sound like an auntie. Aunties used to shame young women, you're not married yet, and stuff like that. You're not going to have a life. You're not going to have kids in the family and stuff like that. But in this case, he is modern day proof that the men do it too. They may not be doing it to get them to marry, but that they need a man, and that they are that they should take any man. It's better to have a man than no man. Ah, what about you, Charlene Avenant? Does that sound like what he's doing to y'all, or is it just me?
I think it sounds the same to me, but a lot. It sounds the same to me, and he having a lot of things. So the way he's doing is like, okay, one, the women being pushed to somewhere. What I don't think what he's saying is throwing me off. Me, I don't understand what he's saying a lot.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what he want women to do. I don't know. For me, it's throwing me off somewhere.
Well, to me, it sounds like you want them to quit their job, make the men the number one priority, even above themselves and their own children.
But
You
nobody
know,
is going to quit a job because of a man. Nobody's going to quit a job because of a man to be a priority of everything that he's doing. Everybody wants his life to build. Because if you're a woman, you have your family. You have everything that you're doing. So how are you going to quit your job because of a man? I can do that. Nobody's going to do that.
exactly. That's why all that crap he's saying is bull crap. Oh, he's not actually saying, "Oh, quit your job," but don't make your job the priority. When your man comes into town or come ask you that, you drop everything and spend it with him. That's what he's saying. You're not saying,
Yeah, but
"Oh, I didn't say." He's gonna say, "I didn't actually say for women to quit their job." I'm saying they need to spend make the men in their lives a priority. Okay,
okay,
wait. Oh, go ahead.
right. You're not saying that. But here is the case. The man that you are fighting for, the man is not bringing anything. He's not helping the woman that you're talking about. So how can this woman leave her job, which is important to her and her family and her children, and be with you in around the town chilling, popping, dancing, which she's not gonna get anything from it. She's gonna lose money. She can do that. Never.
I know. It's like he think women are stupid. That we gonna up and quit a job or risk a job to spend time with him who's not going to be taking care of us a bit it's going out on a date and maybe a date and sex, something like that, and to make him the priority, hey, spend time with me, don't show up for work, call in sick. Yeah, that's why he keeps trying to compare the younger women and older women, and he keeps naming an age. Um, because wait a minute, let's be honest. Some of the younger women of the age group that he's talking about, some of them are stay at home. Some of them have roommates. So they can drop some hours. They can lose a few hours, and they don't have full responsibility, or they share it up, and they can do that. But grown women know that you got bills, you got to and stuff to save. You got to prepare for hard times. What happened to preparing for hard times? They used to be drumming to us by the elders. You got to save for a hard time. You work now while you can, so when you can't work, you got a cushion, or something major happened. But young women aren't thinking about that because they think they're invincible. And so yes, they're willing to take a chance on losing a job, or not having as many hours on their paycheck. But they learn from it. They do it a few too many times and they stop that. Because life will come in and remind them, hey, get your priorities in order. That's why the age is cut off at 25, because we start learning that you can't do that no more. You can't play around like that. You know, Stuff will come back and bite you on the behind. And the guy is temporary, or he leaves you, or he dumps you, or he move on to another woman.
Yes, and they already made it clear about that. Remember how they used to talk about why should a woman get half when she didn't even pay into the relationship and all this other stuff. They telling you that they're not willing to do that. They're telling you up front. So you're supposed to drop everything and just worship him and just take all your time and dedicate it to him. Nobody's doing that. Nobody is foolish nowadays. We're not doing that. And like I said, a lot of women learn. Even I've learned. A lot of you can't a lot of women nowadays, especially when you're in your 30s, you do not have that risk to take. You can't take risk like you did when you were younger, when you were in your 20s, when you were 25. You could have been fully nilly because you could take chances. Like something knock you down, you could get back up. When you get in your 30s, you can't take those hits because them hits take a long time to recover. Even when you
Mm-hmm.
hit your 40s, you can't be playing these games with these people. Hell to the no. Like you gotta come correct. I need to know that you're going to be there. I need to know that you're serious.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why I keep comparing older women to the younger. That the younger women go all out and they're all enthusiastic and they take them chances because they're young. They don't know. They learning. And if they're dealing with guys like you who convince them to make them the priority, and don't worry about that job. Call in sick. I remember smacking a cousin upside the head because he's telling this girl, "Don't go into work. Call in sick. Spend the day with me on my day off." All right, ladies, I got a request. Charlene Avena, can y'all hear me?
What's the request?
Uh, um, Black Knight requests to come up.
Okay, he can, but he can't take too long. But yeah, he could come up. Let's hear what he got to say. But
All
we
right.
still doing our topic. All right, let him come
All
up.
right. All right. But while we're waiting for him to come up, but yeah, exactly. I had to smack a cousin upside the head because he's telling it's his day off. It's not the girl's day off, and he's telling her take the day off, spend the day with me. And after he hung up with her, cause I'm like, don't you ever ask no woman that you ain't having lived with you, taking care of her bills, anything, to take a day off of her job because you got a day off and stuff like that. No, you either wait till she gets off of work, go meet her, and spend some time with her there. We don't ask no one to take a day off to spend with you. Did you take a day off for her? Did you call in sick and say I'm gonna spend time with you on your day off? Well, if you ain't did that, you sure as heck shouldn't be asking her to do that. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I do that to my male cousins when they being stupid. All right. Black Knight. This is how a man gains power and control over a woman. I've seen it. Yeah. Let's see. All right, Black Knight.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Go
thanks,
ahead.
ladies, for taking my request. Appreciate it. I just wanted to say one quick thing that I'm gonna hop back off. I want y'all to understand something. I'm a little concerned about one thing, right? That y'all taking this very, very seriously. I guess that's okay, but you have to understand, right? Men like Jason Black and men who talk like Jason Black, these aren't married men. Okay, married men don't talk like this, and these aren't men who are in committed relationships. These are single men who want to just stay single. They probably pumping dumpers on the back end, and they don't have much respect for the sanctity of marriage or any kind of long-term relationship. So that's who you're listening to. Okay, so keep in mind when you're listening, you're not listening to a married man. Okay, you're not listening to a married man or a man that's in a committed relationship. That's all I want to say. Thank you, ladies.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Well, that's a good point. He's not married. I don't know if he ever been married. And I noticed the guys in the chat, the ones that those that are calling out for the stupidity saying are those that are married or in a committed relationship. So they know. All right, so I guess we're ready to continue on. Let's see what's going on in the chat before I start the video again. Let me see. Oh, Rodney said what he said is that y'all women ain't crap without us men, and this is the dumbest idea alive. It's really the other way around. Okay, I'm gonna go highlight it. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, here it is. Uh-huh.
Can we get a shout out to the chat? They came alive this live
Yeah.
stream. Let's go.
Yeah. He also continues to say that men like that wants to have women to do for so he can hold it over her head. That's why he do not want you with a job. He's to provide her so he can hold it over her head and brag on it. Okay. Uh, uh, I didn't think about that. Because he didn't sound like he was trying to make some kind of relationship or have her take care of her. Okay, Here's the final thing. It said the most player thing a man can do for his woman is to walk in at lunchtime with hot food while she's at work and just drop it off. Hey, Rosie, good to see you. All right. Um, let's see. Midtown Pookie goes, I'm married or a committed relationship anymore. I just know what he's doing and I don't respect it all. I think he's saying at all. Okay, dokie. All right. Well, I stand corrected. Even guys who's not married or in a committed relationship can see that. Yeah. Okay. I'm not married or in a committed relationship anymore. I just see what he's doing and I don't respect it at all. Okay. All right then. Let's continue on with the rest of this nonsense. See what else he says.
There is nothing more pathetic than a female off at a resort on a beach somewhere, either by herself with a bunch of other females or with a gang of damn kids. There's nothing exciting about that. There's nothing about that that makes a man say, "Ooh, boy, I wish I could jump in the middle of that." There's nothing about that that excites anybody. Hell, even your girlfriends don't want to get involved. Working women have absolutely destitute and boring lives. Fellas, to the young men listening here tonight, I just want you to understand the only females who have a little bit of something going on is maybe the females who are in your age group. If they're below the age of 25, okay, her life might be something resembling something happening, but then ask her, does it require alcohol? Because if it does, she ain't got nothing going on. There's really nothing happening over there. But for these chicks over the age of 25, over the age of 27, these working females, oh, it's a wrap. It's done. It's like Uno night. It's like bingo night. We've got a whole 2 generations now of a bunch of 30-year-old bingo ladies. They've got a phone. They got a laptop. They got a net.
Okay. It's interesting that he's using 50-year-old women to talk about 30-year-old women.
Yeah, he making no sense. And like vacation is about the experience. Like you want to take your kids on vacation so they see it, they enjoy the time. Let's half of the time these men be miserable. They fucking bring down your self-esteem. They talk down. Something always wrong with them. They want to have sex. They just want to just stay in their mood. They want to be selfish. The fuck? Sometimes you want to take a vacation just to be with your girls. You know, what is wrong with that? Bonding with girls, you know, going over stuff, you know, just having that companionship. Who said it has to always be a man? What's wrong with taking your kids on vacation? Why you get shamed for that? What the hell? What if you owned a resort? What if you owned a hotel? You would say that this guy is crazy because he's taking away your business by shaming women for doing stuff like that. That shit makes no fucking sense. Nobody said that I was going on vacation to go get a man. Nobody said that. I went on vacation because I want to go on vacation and I want to go sip on some coladas. I want to go to the beach. I want to wake up and go view the tourists and go do craziness and just be free. I did not go on vacation to be with a man and go have sex with him.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, sometimes you want a vacation where you can totally relax and veg out. You don't want to be wearing makeup. You don't want to worry about if your hair is right or okay, or you want to be able to walk around with no bra, or lay around on the beach, or well, I'm not a beach person, but lay around and be able to read and not worried about him pouncing on you for sex, or he eyeballing the other women at the resort and trying to compare you to them and stuff like that. No, you just want to just really chill out, you know. Sometimes, if you're alone on vacation, that's the only time you can really chill out. Otherwise, you need a vacation from your vacation because you did a lot of work that you wouldn't have done if you was by yourself.
Yeah, you just want to have fun with yourself and your children, your kids, everybody around you. And sometimes you even call friends around. So you're not going to be like, okay, if my friends is coming, I need to dress up too much. No. Vacation is like you having fun. So you don't need to have many things around you. It's about you and everybody near you. So you don't care about who comes around and what they see. All you cares is that you're having fun. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Right. Somebody said, right. Girl trips are about sisterhood bonding mostly. Yeah, yeah. All right, here we go. Let's go back in again.
Netflix subscription. They can tell you every damn movie that has left Netflix this month and every movie that's coming, but she ain't got nothing going on. She's having struggle survival sex. She's out here having bummy ass survival sex. Some dude she met on Tinder or some app somewhere. And that's all. That's it. But there's nothing moving. There's nothing moving. The greatest fraud in the world they're pulling off is telling everybody, hey, it's great over here. It's wonderful. We're having the time of our damn lives. Boy, it's never been better. Then you go home with them and say, oh, great. Let me schedule a week or two so that we can experience some of this excitement and stuff you got going on together. So then you find out it's nothing. Then you find out there's nothing going on. They're looking up recipes. They're not cooking. They're looking up mittens. No, this is a real thing. Ask any of your working females. They can tell you about how to buy some damn mittens. Mittens, oven mitts. All kinds of weird stuff. All kinds of weird things. All these cold weather indoor clothing. Their damn Winnie the Pooh house slippers. They all know where to get it. They've all got a pair of something big and fuzzy to put on their feet. It's the same damn thing everywhere. I know it's a bunch of female in your damn air fryers. They just go around and like a bunch of little hoarders. They go around and buy useless electronics. At least men buy useful electronics. They buy useless ones. Pickle makers.
Okay. All right. The most time I've seen women ordering a whole bunch of weird stuff, either because they got time on their hands, and they're not used to having that much time on their hands. Either the man is taking care of them, so they got money, but they feel their life is boring because all they do is clean up the house, take care of the kids, cook, sleep, repeat, and do it again. So they start ordering stuff, or they get interested into temporary hobbies. Oh, this is interesting. I might want to try that, and they order it, and they may or may not try it. They'll be like, okay, they ordered so much stuff they forgot why they ordered it and stuff like that, and trying recipes, cooking, or something like that. Yeah, looking up recipes and stuff like that. But hey, what's wrong with that? Just because you ain't cooking it at that moment don't mean you ain't cooking it up now. I look up recipes for stuff I'm planning on doing a month ahead of time. I remember going through some cake recipes for for my church everybody's birthday, and I had my month's birthday cake that year. But I didn't want the typical chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. I wanted something different. But I didn't make it. I didn't make the cake as soon as I got the recipe. I made it further down the line. So, oh, but you don't find it interesting that she looked up recipes and stuff like that? You could have asked her, did she try it? What made her did or did not? Well, you don't know how to take something and make a conversation out of it. Oh man, all the words and all the talking you're doing, and you can't make something that hey you consider boring interesting. It'd be like, hey, did you ever try that recipe? How did it come out? Oh, you didn't? Why, why didn't you try it? Was there something unusual about it? Or you don't care for that? Or, something? Straight up a conversation, dude. If you find her boring, it's probably because you don't know how to talk to her. And you just saying, you're asking the same old, same old. Maybe you the one that's boring. Yeah. And shoots. And sometimes, hey, because of quarantine, people start getting interested in some of the stuff like the old-fashioned stuff that been let go. Shoots, I knew somebody that was looking up bread recipes because there was no bread on the shelves, and her family eats bread. They like sandwiches and stuff like that. So she looked it up. She cured the kids' need for bread when they had to make it. And they had to knead the bread and make it rise. And they saw all the work in it. They're like, oh, well, I don't need bread that badly. And hey, she lost weight because it turns out the carbs in the bread was part of the reason why she had a little weight issue. But hey, I'm getting off subject. Let me roll back. What
Okay,
about you? Okay.
I wanted to talk about the dating app thing. So, so as far as I'm concerned, a lot of men they sleep with anything that has two legs walking. So the audacity for him to say pity sex or what is it survival sex? What is he talking about? Like yo, like some toys work better than that than half of these guys. What are you talking about? In order for a woman to have sex with you, she has to be interested in you. I'm sorry to disappoint you. She actually has to want you. You actually have to be attractive. You actually have to say something. Isn't that something? You actually have to have a conversation and speak her interest. You actually have to be romantic. Oh my god. You actually have to take care of yourself. Isn't that something? Wow, that seems like a lot of work. But so you can't do that. So you get on here and you bash women. Isn't that something? Oh my god. But again, I think a lot of men have survival sex more than women. I don't think women fiend for sex like that is not a big thing. To be honest, sex is way much better when both people have feelings and they have a connection and they're in a relationship and they enjoy each other's company. Other than that, you could get a toy as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and what you think when you see these guys with these big Beckys? That's survival sex, cause you want her to take care of you, so you get with the big you get with the fat one with low self esteem, and then you're sleeping with her, and all you're providing her is sex, and she's providing everything else. So y'all on survival sex. The guys like that are in survival sex more than any woman. Besides, you're right. Why not just get a sex toy? I know a bunch of women that they consider survival sex more a sex toy. They don't consider sleeping with some guy survival sex. And
Oh yeah,
then sometimes they prefer the toy than the dude. Let's have
right.
it.
24/7 facts. Look, this guy was reaching. He talking about we online looking for mittens. Who goes online looking for mittens? I like we go to the 99-cent store to go get some mittens. That's how we don't damn about no mittens. We get a rag to take shit out the oven. Like nobody cares about that. We go to the 99-cent store.
Yeah, that's why I was like, who buy mittens online? And shoots, I got the same mittens I have for the last 20 years. I don't need no more mittens. I'm sick of
Exactly.
Yeah, anytime I get mittens, it's somebody who don't know how to give a gift for me. So they give me the mitten with the kitchen towel set. I'd be like, thank you. You could have just gave me the money or the gift card. I would have found a gift for me.
Yes. Just woke said Dollar Tree. Yes, girl, Dollar Tree. They got all different kinds. Just pick one.
Or you get that as Mother's Day gifts from your kids. You know, I seen a plenty. Kids gave that to their mothers for Mother's Day. So hey, she ain't buying mittens online. It's like what kind of women are you choosing, man? That she gotta buy mittens online. Whoa, what's this, Miller? Let's see. It's tax season. He's trying to give would-be homosexuals more hopeful talking points of deception. Ah.
You're right. Nobody, that's not attractive. Nobody, We talk about that. They've been exposed.
Oh, my black yard says, so he hates Bunquisha and Dr. Anna. Shaking my head.
Yeah, what do you think these 25 and younger old girls are doing? Listen, these 25 and younger, they're partying every night. They don't care. They're partying every night. They probably dating like mad dudes. They're mostly involved in like, loving relationships. And they like shopping. They like doing all of those things. So I'm sitting here like, what is he talking about? He not ready for somebody who's 25 and younger. I don't think he has a patience for them.
Nah, it don't sound like it. Or they make him feel like a dad. Like let's see, yeah. Let's see. Midtown Pookie says, that sounds like me as a teenager, lying like he ain't gonna survive to see the next day if you don't have sex with him. Dude, a whole weirdo. Ouch. And Deacon is going, y'all glove shopping? Let's see. Oh, okay. Melanated is responding to my gift card thing. Gift card, best gifts. I'm very about color coordination. I like a card scheme. A color scheme to everything in my home. I'm just very particular about my home. But I'm older, so yeah. Somebody else said I never brought oven mitts online ever. Yeah. I don't know nobody about oven mitts online. He seemed anti anything he thinks a woman will enjoy. Okay, then why is he not putting a protest and ban and trying to scare women from vibrators, certain shower heads? Or does he even know about that? Maybe he don't know. Maybe when he sees
He's
it,
not ready.
it's a neck massager. He believes it. All right, let's go back. All right. Okay, here we go.
You go off and go buy that damn thing you can make pickles with. Nothing else happening. A life of absolute aimless boredom. Same damn cycle all the time. Wake up, work, eat, sleep, repeat. Take a vacation. You call it a vacation. How can it be a vacation if you're doing the same damn thing every time? How can it be a vacation if you're by yourself? You can sit with your thoughts at the park. Why would you pay $2,000 to do it in the Bahamas? That's the height of idiocy. If the Bahamas is special, then by definition, should you not be trying to prolong the experience? No, let's just be honest. Ain't nothing popping and nothing's happening. That's the issue. Nothing's popping and nothing's happening. If you are a woman who is working today, if you've been working more than 2 years, your life is a bore. While you're driving your Nissan Sentra or your Honda Accord or whatever little Kia Sonata or Hyundai Sonata, whatever little go-mobile that you're sitting behind here, ain't nothing popping. You're going to go straight to social media and try to front and fake as much as you can. They're either going to talk about what they did or what they haven't done, but that's going to be it. Nothing else will be occurring. Their lives are completely boring. And everything now is about saving face and making it look to the rest of the world like something is happening. And I'm just telling you right now, ladies, from the men who actually have the ability and the wherewithal to be able to spend time like that and watch your routine and see what's going on, understand something. We see what's happening out here. You can fake on the internet, but when men meet you in real life, you all's lives are boring. There's nothing going on. Your lives are boring. If it weren't for Facebook, most of you would be sitting in the fetal position under your beds. You're watching damn me TikTok videos all day, but there's nothing you're doing. So what you're really looking for is you want a man of means to come into your life because you're like, damn, somebody, Calgon, take me away. Save me from the monotony. Save me from this endless routine. Save me from Groundhog's Day. Save me from that. Most of you, unfortunately, there won't be a way to save you there because you're not really built for that. So it's not really going to be able to go very well. And you're not going to be built for that because what are your options? What are your options?
Okay. All right. So he's gone on about it's boring, and about vacation. Excuse me, a vacation is to you go to a different setting so you can break your routine. Because sometimes it's hard to break your routine if you're in the same setting. Yes, you can collect your thoughts and learn to relax and let go and be, and boring. Hey, who wants excitement? Sometimes exciting is dangerous. Boredom is good. As Fuki say, what's wrong with boring? Yeah, you want excitement, and you think all these young girls are all that exciting and stuff like that. Okay, stay out there. Just pay a few bills and stuff like that. You gotta be their sugar daddy. Go become a sugar daddy.
That's what they want to do, Dame. That's what they promoting. They don't know it yet. They gotta wait for it. They promoting gold diggers. That's what they doing.
And I know dudes who don't go with young women because they find them boring. They have nothing to say because they ain't learned anything. They still learning. They still knowing themselves. So they don't have nothing to talk about. Or what they talk about just goes over the head or seems childish and silly because they're young. But hey, if you think working women are boring, find you a non-working woman. And let's see how long she stays interesting. Because I know, as I said, I know a woman who's letting the man take care of her. Well, she didn't really kind of have a choice in the matter. She kind of lost her job, but he was taking care of everything, and she was bored out of her mind. She kept hearing herself. She said, "All I do is clean up, cook, run to pay a few bills, take care of the kids, take care of him, eat, go to sleep," and I repeat it again. For her, it was boring. And she started noticing every time I said, "So how you doing? What you did today?" When I would talk to her, she was telling me the same thing. She said, "Oh my goodness, I become boring. I talk about nothing but the same old, same old." So boring is a matter of perception.
Wait, look at what he's my black guy said. He doesn't sound like a man that can get a woman's juices flowing. Yeah,
Probably not.
most men don't know how to do that. To be
No.
honest, most men they
Yeah.
don't know. They can't even tell a woman that she's pretty or she's beautiful. They don't know how to express their feelings. They think not saying nothing and being quiet. That's how you get attain a woman.
Shoes, there's still a bunch of dudes that think they have to spit on their hands to make the woman wet. Shoes. They don't
You
know how to
don't have to do
do.
that. They don't know. They don't know how. Yeah, they don't know how to be romantic. They don't know how to stimulate a woman's mind. They don't know. She's a regular human. The same way. Like, how would you want to be talked and how would you want to be treated? Like, I don't know. Like, they need to go watch some romance films. Maybe they'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm. No, the romance. Unless they get a very descriptive romance that describing the detail of what he's doing and how he's using his tongue, his fingers, every parts of it, and how he's particularly descriptive on how he's stimulating her. They don't give enough details.
All right, let's continue.
Okay, because I think I talk about the shower head. They got caught up in there.
Oh, that was funny. Yeah.
If you want a man who's going to liberate you from that, you're going to have to be able to deliver something of equal means. Let's try this a different way. If you are dealing with a man who has complete freedom, do you think that a man who has complete freedom is looking for someone who is shackled and bound? If you have a man who is affluent, do you think he's looking for a woman who's struggling? If you have a man who is responsible, do you think he's looking for a woman who's reckless and irresponsible? I'm trying to bring this into stark relief for you here. You can fake in front on your little chat rooms all you want to, but the bottom line is Derek Jackson's female audience is a bunch of bored little chicks sitting at home. They can tell you everything in the world you want to know about houseplants, Sesame Street, Disney movies. These women have failed to progress into womanhood on their own. What they're not able to tell you is how in the world you can interest a man to stick around for more than 48 hours. That doesn't happen. Ladies, working women, is great and wonderful and everything that you can get a job. You can get a job. You can get a job. Yeah, you got a job. The only thing you don't have now is a life. All of you are sitting here getting eye strain at an early age, looking into computer monitors, laptops, cell phones, tablets. Yeah, you're doing that, but what's the payoff? Where's the payoff for all of this? What is it that you have to show for it? We used to have to just, if you want to know how badly your mama's messed most of you over, I'm saying it just like it is. If you really want to know how badly it is that most of your mamas messed most of you over by telling you, well, go off and go get a job, it's because her big ass understood that once you were shackled to that job, that was it. And it worked out great for her, because she knew that, well, as long as you're shackled to that job, you'll be making money. She doesn't have a husband. So, this will be good. Let my daughter go to work so she can be my retirement plan. Well, it works out great for her, but she also understands that if you have a job, that job is going to take precedent over everything. You're not going to have a man. You're not going to have a man and all the benefits that come with that. Understand something. Men have vision, okay? Men have vision. Men have goals. Men have ambition. Men think outside the box. Men are the ones who bring excitement. Men are the ones who bring spontaneity. Men are the ones who bring the unexpected. Men are the ones who bring surprises.
Cut it. What the hell? He don't believe what he's saying. Like women, like we have the same. We're humans. A woman is a human being. How many times we got to say that? A woman is a human. A woman has goals. A woman, we have ambition. A woman has vision. We are a human being. We have a brain just like a man. I don't understand what is you trying to say. And also, one thing about a woman, we are creative. We create life. We create the atmosphere. We create everything that's around us. We make it beautiful. So if you really want spontaneous, you should probably want a woman. If anything, a woman has more than everything that you're saying. And he knows it too. Come on. That's why he got all these videos trying to help his counterparts, help all the black men to get back on this level. He don't got that for women, because I bet you she already on that course. She already know what she got to do. Over here pissing me off. You could go ahead,
So
Dane.
what do you think that women are for? What do you think? Do you think that women we are just for? I don't know. I don't know what he thinks about women, especially. He needs to go and ask more about women and know a lot of about women.
Hmm. Um. Shooks. He's. How can I put this? Okay. I think he is bored, and he keeps going after the same type of women, and now he's bored with them. But it can't be that women that he's picking that he's bored with. It got to be something wrong with her. So it's all us women that are bored. So he makes the connection. Okay, it's because she's working. I'm not a priority. She can't give me 2 weeks of her time and attention. Blah 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 blah. So that's why he's offering for women who don't have a job, and that is supposedly take care of them. Um, but yeah, he's trying to fish out for other women, and he's talking about how exciting the men are, and they make things exciting and blah 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 blah. If that's true, then as long as you with the woman, she ain't boring. You
Exactly.
gonna excite her, which gonna make her not boring. So apparently you are not exciting enough to get her excited, so she won't be so boring. Since you are the catalyst of excitement
Right?
going on.
Let's be honest here. Like
Mhm.
I've been on many dates, and not one guy was creative enough to create a date in the atmosphere. I always had to pick where we're going, pick everything, and he always didn't know what to do or what to pick or where to go. He didn't know. He didn't have no clue. And what the like, what creative essence does he have? He can't even plan a goddamn date. He doesn't even know how to set a romantic scene. Don't know how to fucking do shit. Half of them don't know how to do that. And then have to turn around and say you got excitement. You're the one who brings it. Yeah, okay. You bring it where? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, he's talking about all working women. Deacon, Dave, Dee, oh no, Dave, Deacon Dave. He's talking about working women. But dude, I bet you his idea of a date is, hey, I want to take you to Jamaica or one of the other islands for the week and stuff like that. Or let's take a cruise trip for a week. You know, let's take a time out for a cruise. No kind of plan. He just paid for a trip and you come, and that's his idea of being romantic or creating a date.
They don't have that. They don't know how to do it. They don't. It's annoying. To me, it's depressing and it's annoying. Like, come on, go watch some romance films. Go do something with your life. Go look it up. You coming at me. You could accomplish all this in your job, but you can't bring no excitement to your relationship. You can't bring the creativity. You can't come here and tell me how you feel. To me, you're the boring one. Who wants to be around an individual like that who can't even express themselves? Nobody got time for that. I'm gonna need him to go on a healing journey. Go learn about his chakras. Go unblock some shit, and then come back and talk to me.
He don't know how to vacation by himself, so that's why he keeps trying to invite women on his vacation. Dude, go vacation by yourself. Work on yourself and stuff like that. And you can see why would a woman go vacation by herself. He's never been on a vacation by himself. He always had some woman somewhere with him.
Yeah, that makes if you can't enjoy your own company, why would somebody else come and enjoy company with you? If you yourself can't do you by yourself and you can't even enjoy yourself or doing something for yourself or just being by yourself, you can't do that for yourself. Who's gonna want to be around you? I know not me. You miserable by yourself, you gonna be miserable with other people too, no matter what you do. Because it's you, it's nobody else. You gotta go in there and internalize and go fix something inside of you. That way you're happy so that you're able to conversate and be okay and talk to other people. You can't deal with people
Let's
like
see.
that.
Okay, Ronnie says men like that are abusive. They're the most insidious type of abuse. They don't physically abuse. They don't curse you out and call you all kind of names. No, that's not your name. All kind of names. No, but they chip away at your self-esteem. Making it that is your fault. So you start thinking that it's your fault. But hey, look. So if you're boring or he claims you're boring, that's because you're boring to him. You're not boring. He don't know how to talk to you. He don't know how to create a conversation to take what could be boring and make it interesting. He don't know how to be a catalyst for excitement. He don't know how to truly date. He throws money at his date in a sense of, hey, a trip, maybe very expensive dinner, but no imagination to it.
Yes, Dame, you hitting on it. Yes. They don't know how to do that. That's why they gotta spend more money. You don't notice that? The people who gotta get all of this stuff, they gotta get the money so they can get the girl. Because they don't know how to improve themselves. They don't know how to love themselves. They don't know how to like themselves. Oh no, that is too much work. I can't do that. But let me go get this money though. That would
Mm-hmm.
that should work.
Yeah, yeah, and I think he been told I gotta work and he been told it so often it's driving him crazy. It's because she's working. She's boring anyhow. No, she's not interested in being with you. If she telling you it's work more than twice, then yeah, she don't know how to tell you she ain't interested. So she's using work as an excuse.
Facts. You know what I think they're trying to do? They're trying to manipulate the working woman to do more. Like she already doing more. She already gotta tell you where the date is. She already gotta contact you and call you. She already gotta wear something sexy. She gotta do all of this stuff, and yet you want her to do more. She's still not exciting enough. She no. She we want her to quit her job. We want her to do more. Like, no, go, like, get out of here with that. Like, stop bothering people.
Yeah, giving you the job of their happiness, convert narc type. Or in this case, their excitement. They're starting to be bored with the same old, same old. Everything's becoming boring. But instead of looking to yourself, no, 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 no. It's the woman and it's the working woman because, hey, she probably used that excuse a few times. Oh, I got to work. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't work. Or, I can't go for long. I can't do the whole week. I can do the weekend, though. Oh, Deacon Dave have a question.
Go ahead, ask your question. The chat is right there. Ask your question. You're not about to hop on the piano because I can't take any of that anymore. I think I heard you before, and I'm okay. But you could type your question in the chat. I am all for it. Okay, let's continue.
All right. Well, that's
Your damn girlfriends have never surprised you in a good way. Your female friends have never surprised you in a good way. There was a reason why everybody was so excited when I did Galentine's Day, and everybody else wanted to steal it. But that's because I told you all a fundamental truth that no one had said up to that point. Women don't buy other women gifts. That's why Galentine's Day is a damn sham. Valentine's Day only matters if there is a man in the equation. But if you remove a man from the equation, Valentine's Day is useless and worthless because other women don't value you. Other women aren't looking to surprise you. Other women aren't looking to be spontaneous with you. Other women aren't looking for that. As a matter of fact, if you do want to hang out with your girlfriends, they want to know what the damn budget's going to be. And let me go ahead and remind you all of one thing right here. There's a video going around. A lot of people are passing around talking about, oh, this chick talking about a date needs to cost $200. When females go out with each other, man, it's $20 tops. It's going to be a fist fight between them broads if it goes over $30. Why do you think they love, even the nicest chick you know wants to go to a bar? Why? Because she wants somebody else to subsidize her night out. Women ain't gonna spend money on themselves, much less another woman like that. Fellas, you've been tricked and conned into upping the price and competing against competition that isn't there. That competition is not there. It's just, they're just telling you these stories to fool you, but it's not there. When they go out with themselves, that's not what they do. I had a chick who was sitting up here talking about, oh, it doesn't matter. I was sitting up here telling her about buying a Bentley and about, a woman needs a man to take care of that for her. And she's sitting up talking about, oh, I can buy a Bentley for myself as she's driving by in her 2007 BMW 3 Series. Fellas, they're very, very good for sitting up here selling you on dreams. They're going to be very, very bad for making good on them. And I just want you to understand what you're looking at. Their lives are boring, but the real thing is to let you think that if she's able to get 10 seconds of sex somewhere, that equates to having a lit life. That if she can get somebody to lay on top of her and she got to pay for it, now the Spirit Airlines and Frontier have merged, all the thoughts can be looking forward to discount air travel with more planes to more places. But they will sit up here and deceive you into thinking that if they can get somebody to lay on top of them in a foreign, in another city for the weekend, that's lit. And she knows full damn well she's abandoned a piece of her soul. That's how exciting her weekend is.
Okay, what happened? Dave.
sorry, that was me pausing. But isn't that exactly what you asking her to do? You're asking her to spend the weekend so you can lay on top of her. So are you telling on yourself then? That's what you're offering. That's what you're telling her, and maybe she's realizing that, and that's why she's giving you. I gotta work. I gotta work because that's what it sounds like you offering her. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you might extend it to a week or two, but it's pretty much you just laying on her for a week or two. It's just a weekend extended to a few extra days. Well,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Hold on. I want to address Deacon Dave. Let me just address him, pull the bag over the head. So, Deacon Dave, I think we remembered you. I think you came up on the panel and you talked about how you dated a girl within your area And I believe you were in like an urban group, so you was around black people, and you particularly said that you dated her until you got enough money to venture out and travel out and go to what country was it? I think it was Dominican Republic to find you a wife. I believe that so. I remember you said that, and then you particularly said, if I don't quote me, I think you really said you said that you know, it's good to date, you know, within the urban group, within the projects, or within black people. That's how you find real love. But as soon as you get your money up, you can, you know, you can get something better. That's that dude that's on here, Deacon Dave. And now he's asking this question, talking about what did he ask us? Are we trying to be wives on here on this channel? Or like why does this content bother us? Listen, we are a channel that makes content, right? Whatever we feel necessary to address, we can do that. We don't need you to question us on what we cannot do, okay? Well, he said, are you trying to be wise? If not, why does this bother anyone on here? Because he has what, 30,000, 50,000 views, and people are listening to him. Go ahead, Dame, you could go ahead.
Wow.
Yeah. And some women are swallowing this nonsense, not looking between the lines, not listening to what he's saying and not saying. This man is, and he ain't talking about women to be wives. He ain't saying nothing about no wife. He is saying, oh, hold on a second. All right. Got a request from the Black Knight to come up to address Deacon Dave.
Oh yes, go ahead. Yeah, let's put the back. Yes, let's drag him, since he want to be in our comments talking all this smack. You know, I'm all for it. Everybody here
Okay.
likes the drag.
Okay, because it's one man's perceptive. It's a one man perception that he's using to influence women, and making them feel either bad or feel like it's wrong for them to be working, or that them put the fear in them that they're not going to get a man while they working, or they got to be some kind of exciting creature of his imagination, and that herself ain't excitement enough. No, 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 no. So, of course, I'm going to say something about it. That's why it's bothersome, because we got young women listening to this. We got women with low self esteem looking at. Are they driven by fear? I gotta have a man. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having a man, a husband, and stuff like that. But don't do it out of fear. Do it because you love the man. That you find him interesting and fascinating. But don't let fear, because when you do it out of fear, you make mistakes and you make wrong choices.
I agree. And yes, women are traveling nowadays. Now all of a sudden we can't travel. All of a sudden we're traveling to have sex. Now these men have the perception that that's what we're doing because that's what they're doing. You know, don't try to put the stuff that you do on us. We don't do the same things you do. We travel to go out and have fun and bond with our girlfriends and have an experience. We want experiences too. Why should we not travel? Because you guys have sex and you think we're gonna go do that too? And if even if we do, that's our business, nothing to do with you. Again, like I said, you these men, if they don't pay your bills, they're not doing nothing for you, they're not helping you out emotionally, they're not uplifting you. I say you don't give a fuck. You should not give a fuck what they think. That's just me. Go ahead, Dane.
Okay,
Oh, Dane, you gotta
Deacon.
drop the link.
Oh, okay. I thought I did. Okay. So Deacon Dave says, um, I'm asking because I want to know. I haven't figured out what this channel is about.
This
Okay.
channel is about love. Black love is about addressing topics from the manosphere. And this topic is about enlightenment. That's what we do over here.
Okay. He said he's I'm here to support. I be over here a lot. Okay, now the chat is starting to ask him, is he a passport boy? He's married. Okay, Midtown Pookie's go, what the F wanting to be a wife got to do with disagreeing with him? And Melanated added, it's weaponizing to being a wife. All right.
Go ahead, Black Knight. Black Knight, are you there?
Hold on, let's give it a second.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay. He's asking why we're so short with supported. Yeah, we can hear you now.
May I say something, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Deacon Dave, let me explain something to you, right? The last time you was up here, you talked about how you married a non-black woman from out of the DR. So what business is it of yours what black women are doing and how they're doing it? It's none of your business. If you wanted to know what black women were doing, if you were so interested in what black women were doing, why didn't you marry one? See, I got a big problem with guys like you in the Manosphere, you SYSBMs, always coming to black spaces and questioning black women when you're married to non-black women. If you want to know what this channel is about, it's a pro-black woman channel. It also promotes positive relations between black men and black women, which you are disqualified from because you have married outside of your race. So again, whatever they're talking about, what business is it of yours? You are not even married to a black woman. If you were so concerned with what black women are doing and what is making them tick, then perhaps you should have married one. Okay? Now, if you want to be a supporter, we don't have a problem with that. But what we won't tolerate is outsiders like yourself who are pretty much against black women coming in here and antagonizing the black women who are in here who are looking for positive relations. That we won't tolerate. Okay? So from here on out, you're on thin ice. Okay? Be careful. Thank you, ladies.
You're welcome. And thank you. Okay, he's saying, oh, okay, now I remember. He's saying she's black, bro. This is black as the woman on the panel. If she's from the DR, not really.
Yeah. Let's continue.
There's very few of them from the DR that claim their blackness.
Yeah, we don't.
And I don't care how dark they are. They don't claim their blackness. Okay. All right. So what I was saying.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me gather my thoughts back. But yeah. So it sounds like to me, you're the one that's bored. You keep trying to find new entertainment, but the women are not really meant to entertain you, and stuff like that. If you cannot create conversation where you can take a boring subject matter and make it interesting, that's something you need to work on, dude. But if you honestly find working women boring, go look for you one that ain't working. Look for one that's willing to give up her job so you can take care of her and be entertaining. Whenever you want to go on vacation, she's there. Whenever you want to spend time, she's there. Yeah. In fact, you could go to the bathroom and she'll be right there. Every time you turn around, she's gonna be there. Of course, she's gonna have an issue with your eyes roving to other women. She's gonna have an issue with your rotation. Your rotation is gonna have to come to a rolling stop because she's going to be the one and only. If she's gonna be giving up her job and having you take care of her, then your rotation's got to stop. Personally, your rotation got to disappear. It's time to burn the little black book. But since most people don't have stuff in their books anymore, time to delete a bunch of strays out of your phone. Because now you have settled. You got you the woman that ain't working. So it should be very exciting for you and interesting. And you'll never be bored again. Okay, I'm going to stop playing now. Let's get back to the rest of it. See what else he says.
Let me go ahead and pay a few $100s to get something I could get where I am. That's how lit and wonderful it is. That's how great it is. No, working women have boring lives. And let's not even add overtime into the equation. Let's not even add overtime to the equation. To my females out there, to the ladies listening tonight, those of you working in administration, those of you working in healthcare, those of you working in law, those of you working in politics, your television carves out a life that doesn't exist. They carve out a life that simply doesn't exist. These females out here are following in the footsteps of what Hollywood said, and they get out there and realize, oh hell, there's nothing over here except work, and a hell of a lot more work. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. However, there are some of you who may not believe, or some of you who may dispute, or whatever the case may be. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933.
All right. That's it for his, I guess you could say, rant aspect of his show. Unless y'all really just want to hear the phone calls and stuff like that.
I mean, we can hear one phone call. Let's hear one phone call, and then that's it.
Okay. All right, then. Here we go.
933, your personal access code to the program that laid the foundation upon which all of these red pill, MGTOW, high value posers and frauds, alpha male clowns, and all these other ripoff artists are going to be stealing everything they hear tonight and regurgitating it next week. You heard it here now, and you heard it here first. So go ahead and give us a call. And if you have been instructed by my moderators to call in, you must call in. That was not a request. That was an order. So if you have been instructed by the moderators to call in, you don't have a choice in the matter. You've got 2 minutes to be on the line, or you'll spend the rest of your life without it there. By the way, to anybody who has paid their chat room restoration fee, that includes you, Miss Wade. Sheila, I've been waiting for you to email me your information, ma'am. You never did. So for those of you who have tried to get back on the good foot, we might put things together for you here, but you got to get back right again. So you have to do what you have to do. Cash App does not allow the person you sent money to text you back. So that's what I'm saying. If you do that, you got to send your information. We can go ahead and get you rehabilitated. And remember, that's a one-time offer, by the way. You don't get to be a chronic disciplinary problem. Let's go ahead and see about opening up the phone lines here. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Tonight, we're discussing working women have totally boring lives. But to be totally honest with you all here, The women of today's society actually have abysmally boring lives. Their lives are absolutely horrendously, pointlessly boring. It's the same damn thing. They sit in front of the TV, they watch Netflix, they get on Facebook, they get on Twitter, they get on Instagram, and it's the same vicious circle every day. How many of the women listening to me right now, let's go ahead and give you all an opportunity. How many of the women listening to me right now tonight, how many of you are willing to admit what we already know here? How many of you are willing to admit, Jason, all I got is a laptop and an iPhone from work and maybe a couple kids? How many of you are willing to admit that's where your life is? You didn't intend it, you didn't want it, but I'll be damned. You have a degree and destitution. How many of you are willing to admit that? Go ahead and let us know. Let's go ahead and open up the telephone lines here now. The number is 646-771933. That's 646-771933. Let's go ahead and get a caller from country code 447. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 447 area code. Last try. You're on live.
Hello?
Yes, stop playing with yourself and rubbing yourself down. I know y'all get really excited when you hear my voice and everything, but calm down, ma'am. You're actually on the phone with me.
No, I'm calling in because it's kind of funny what I heard you just said just now about women that are working have a boring life. Because I've listened to most of your programs, yeah, and it says that most of the average men nowadays are struggling. So is it better to have a boring life than to be with somebody that's struggling?
Okay, here's the problem. Your life being boring has nothing to do with the men.
Okay.
Like when I tell the fellas about that being average means struggling, you realize I don't couple that to women. Well, fellas, you know, if it wasn't for these women, you wouldn't be average, or the women should motivate you to not be average. No, you're being average or you're underachieving is totally uncoupled from anybody else. That's the life you've made for yourself. Your life would be boring if all the men on the planet disappeared tomorrow. Your life would still be abysmally boring.
So what would be something that would be considered not to be a boring life then?
How old are you?
I'm 30.
And what's your name?
My name is Monique.
Okay, Monique is 30. And where do you live, Monique?
I live in London.
Okay, Monique is 30 years old and lives in London. Do you have any kids, Monique?
No, I don't.
Okay. Where are you originally from, Monique?
Jamaica.
All right. Monique is one of the Caribbean transplants who's in London. She's 30 years old. She doesn't have any kids. And what size do you wear, Monique?
So I think I would wear a size 18 American size.
Okay. She's a little borderline, but we'll go ahead and let that pass because she's from the Caribbean. All right. The reason why I asked you all of that is because to even ask that question, what constitutes having a boring life? Monique, if your life isn't something that other people would compete to have, if your off work time isn't something that you know for a fact other people would actually bust me in the head to have the life that I have now, there's your first sign. Do you have a life that you are, when we talk about people's passions, your passions aren't supposed to be at work. That's supposed to be something that you have outside of that. So where is it outside of your job that you are devoting 100% of your personal and emotional energies toward?
So for me personally, what I devote myself 100% outside of work is like exploring new places because I'm going probably on dates, meeting new people, and doing things with my friends or doing things with my family because that's what keeps me going. And I wouldn't consider myself to be a boring person maybe to some other persons, but I do have my days when I feel like, okay, there's not a lot that I want to do. But for me personally, I'm thinking like, if you're going to be in a relationship with somebody that's basically struggling, it's best to invest your time in work where you know you're actually getting a return on post wasting your time with somebody that you're not going to literally be getting anything from. Because if 10% of the men are what are actually making something, that means 90% is basically not in that state where they are actually able to provide you with certain stuff. And then at the end of the day, most Black women are working, yeah, and that's how they maintain their life. And if you don't have money to spend, how are you going to have a fun life?
All right. Now, I want you all to understand, if you all ever wondered why it is the Caribbean chicks are all mostly single or single moms, that right there, everything she just said and rambled on, that's it right there. Now, she said, what do I like to do? I like to hang out with my family. You're 30 years old. You lived with your family for the for 2/3 of your life. You've lived with your family. Now that you're out on your own, you're telling us the only thing you love doing is spending more time with your family. Remember what I told you all about failure to launch? As females, when they have failure to launch. So she's telling you, yeah, I've been with them for 2/3 of my life. And even after a decade of ostensibly, supposedly should be at least being on your own, the first thing she can think of is, I would love to spend time with them. Now, there's a reason why we call it adulthood. Adulthood is where you have independence, where you separate yourself from them. And yet what she's saying is, yeah, this is the best use of my time. So just understand, this is going to be somebody who'll be taking care of her mom here in 20 years, which is exactly the programming. Make sure you get that job. Now, about the job. Did you notice what she said there? Well, you know, at least with a job, you're actually getting something, as opposed to being with a man. At least with a job, you're actually getting something. Now, do you notice she didn't say what the something was? Did you notice that? She didn't actually say what the something was. So, Monique, why don't you go ahead and tell us all, what is the something you get at a job that is worth more than a man?
So with a job, you get money to pay your bills, and you get money to live the lifestyle that you want. While so basically you're living that lifestyle that you want at your own expense. So that's motivating for me personally. I don't know about anybody else, and it gives you independence. Even though I've listened to quite a few of your programs, yeah, and you constantly say independence doesn't work for a woman. I do agree to some extent in regards to that. But then at the end of the day, at least with you being able to have your own finances as a woman, it makes it more easier to make decisions on your terms and not always relying on a man. Because sometimes most times that is, when a man has power in a relationship with regards to finances, like they use that as a way to control their woman. So with me, for when a woman has her own money, yeah, that allows them to have some amount of freedom in regards to choices.
All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and take what she just said point by point here. And for all the people listening here in the United States and around the world, get out your pens. Class is in session. Now, she said first, well, a job can replace a man because you have money to pay bills and live the life you want. Well, that all really does sound great in theory, doesn't it? But it doesn't actually work in the real world. And the reason that we know it doesn't work in the real world is because women routinely are making far less money than men do. So first and foremost, no, that answer can't be accurate. So money to pay bills and live the life you want, but the men already make more money. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody might try to make a specious argument about why that may be. So stick a pin in that one. But first of all, money to pay bills and live the life you want. Independence. If you're shackled to a job, you call that independence? Being shackled to a job is understand, they don't think these things through. Being shackled to a job is independence. So it is offensive when you have a man who is taking care of you who asks you to do something. That's offensive. Now, a white man telling you if you don't show up for 8 o'clock tomorrow, you're fired and I'm going to take your livelihood from you. Now, that's not offensive. Understand how screwed the mindset is here. Understand when you're dealing with somebody who's taken on a willing slave mindset. Her man asks her to do something, that's offensive. A white man threatens her every single day. Why, she's not offended by that at all. Now, last but not least, she said, have your own finances as a woman because you don't want no man telling you what to do. Interesting. Monique, question. Among single females who do not have a male partner, single adults, male and female, among single adults who are not married, who carries the most debt?
Well, it depends.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
okay, ma'am. Okay, I want you all to understand. Now, Monique,
your money
Monique, we do not talk over the host, ma'am. I want to catch that from the beginning here. Folks, understand something. The reason why I jump on that so quickly is because in the real world, when you actually are confronted with this and there's not a Jason Black on the phone, if you are congenitally dishonest, which is unfortunately what female society has become today in this feminine toxic environment, if I'm not there to stop you from that lie you were about to do, which was to stall and evade the question, you would never be able to get help whatsoever. So left to your own devices, you would just sit there and lie because you know what the truth is. But if you're allowed to sit there and evade the truth and lie, you'll just do it. So I want y'all to understand this is a sickness in the feminine mindset today. She knew what the answer was, but she was like, oh, hell. As opposed to, oh, wait a minute, this guy is trying to get me straight. So if you want to know what the real problem here is, she just said, a man telling me what to do. You have females today who are saying, I don't want anybody to stop me from messing up myself or the rest of the world. I have a God-given right to destroy everything around me. Now, come marry me. Now, you already knew the answer to that question. Among adults, male and female who are unmarried, who carries the most debt? And I didn't even say what specific kind. It doesn't matter what kind you name. Who carries the most debt, Monique, among unmarried adults?
Well, females.
And it ain't even close. Now, Monique, if a woman having her own money and don't tell me what to do, why is it that women's finances are far, far better and in far better shape and they carry much less debt when they're with a man versus your scenario of, well, I forgot a job, ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do. It sounds like the men are telling you not to get yourselves into ruinous amounts of debt and you're offended by that. Why does that offend you, Monique?
Well, to be honest, like I'm not one of those persons because
did not ask you that, ma'am. You trying to hold yourself, did not ask you that. You trying to, first of all, we can't confirm it because I would have to see your credit to be able to see that. But second of all, even if what you're saying is absolutely true, you are not indicative of the society at large. So it doesn't, even if what you're saying were true, it doesn't matter. So you said that women don't need a man telling them what to do. And yet the females who do not have a man in their lives are routinely the majority of the debt holders in this society. Now, why is it that women routinely rack up way more debt when they're single than when they have a man in their lives? Why is that, Monique?
Because females tend to like to compete against each other. So what happens is that in competing, they try to accumulate more things that they don't necessarily need, and then that allows them to have more debts. So while men will live like on minimum, females always try to do the maximum, and that's what ends up in most of the debts that they end up with in the long term.
Okay, and you would like to see that, can you see that as a bad thing, that the men can prevent women from racking up ruinous debt? Folks, the short version of what she just said is men have more discipline than females do. Men have more discipline because men are the most competitive people in the society, and yet we don't carry nearly as much debt as a single female unmarried does. Single unmarried men are more competitive than any female you ever met. And yet these young competitive men are fiscally disciplined and sacrifice. All things that you, according to your statements, shouldn't be necessary. If a female, work your own job and get your own money and don't let no man tell you what to do, it sounds like you have a problem with a man telling a woman not to destroy her finances. Because that's the thing that you said you don't want the men telling them what to do. If somebody were listening to you, they would think the men were telling them to go stand in the middle of the street on their eyelashes. And all it turns out is, oh no, the men want to tell her, no, you can't bring reckless practices here. And you're arguing that women should have a right to engage in reckless practices.
I never said that.
That's the effect of what you're saying. What is it that you're afraid that the men are going to tell them to do? Because a woman working by herself, quote, making her own money, all we really see is they end up with tons of debt that the men in their same position do not end up with. So it sounds like the only thing that you're afraid of is that the men will tell them that they can't be overgrown children and act recklessly. They have to actually act with some adulthood, maturity, and discipline. And you think that's a bad thing.
Not necessarily, as I said. So the thing is that I'm looking at the point that you always make, that average man is struggling. So if you're a female that's going to be thinking that, okay, I'm going to depend solely on a man to provide for me in regards to a lot of stuff, yeah, in the long term, you end up being one of those females that will be struggling in a later life. So I think in preparation to help yourself not to reach that stage when you get older, then the best thing to do is actually work and prepare for your future to come, so that way you don't end up in that situation. Because it's not like there is always going to be something that you can fall back on if that person that you're basically dependent on to provide for you doesn't. So it's best to have something to fall back on in the long term than to just invest all your time and effort into this person while you have the opportunity to work and provide for yourself to some extent.
Okay, you know what's wrong with what she's saying? What's wrong with what she's saying is it flies in the face of statistics and reality. That's the problem. She's created an artificial fictional scenario that females do because she meant what she said the first time. I don't want nobody telling me what to do. This type of out of control immaturity is the source of the problem, source of the disease, should we say. Now, in case you weren't aware, on the screen right now, I'm showing you all, if you all know I did my program that everybody loved here about work, why Black women will work till you die. Ma'am, what you said is counter to all the evidence and statistics of the last 70 years. There's nothing you said that falls in line with that. First of all, women who get married live much better lives and much more financially secure than women who don't. Even a woman who has a man in a long-term relationship, married or not, is going to do much better financially than a female by herself. When they are by themselves, it ain't even close. The average Black man spanks the average Black female. We're talking about retirement account holders. The average Black female is doing slightly less than Black men, but when you take a look at investments, not retirement account holders, but invest.
Dame, Dame,
Did something happen?
Dame.
Maybe. Hold on, Charlie. Maybe.
Hold on, hold on. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So y'all see how it's going there. Went a little too long,
Yeah, let's
but
just call it. I don't want to hear anymore. Because he
yeah.
changes the conversation and he's manipulative and he keeps reaching and throwing scenarios and objectifying and saying things that didn't come out her mouth. The girl didn't even tell him a full story. She's just telling him her concerns and how she feel. And it's not her fault that she feels this way. It's what she grew up with, and that's probably something she has to work through. You know, and what's wrong with her having her own money and having her own independence? I didn't
Mhm.
see anything wrong with that because again, who's gonna pay her bills? So she's supposed to be on the street and wait for somebody to pay her bills. I don't understand like what these men want.
No, they don't want you to be self-dependent because they want you to ask them everything so that they can tell you anything that they want. Because if you are self-dependent, you are not going to ask him anything. And if you're asking him and he cannot provide it, you can provide it by yourself. But if you are not working, you're going to need him. You're going to ask him everything. And then he's going to control you like a remote.
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say so. SC the Bestie says he creates a financial argument because
A
most
fictional argument.
a fictional argument because most black men don't even want to get married. That is a true statement. He's trying to score black women into desiring marriage, something most will never get. Chase black men for marriage and never get it. It's like dangling the carrot, basically. And that's why every time you go in these spaces, they always ask you, "Where's your man? Are you married?" And they shame a woman because if she doesn't have a man or if she's not married.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he's trying to scare them in marriage. But the thing is, he's not offering marriage. Yeah, that's the carrot dangle the marriage, but he ain't offering that. Ain't even offering a committed relationship. But yeah, he's complaining about um women not making men the priority. That everything her job is the priority. Yes, her that's how her bills are paid. Weaponizing marriage, knowing they have no interest in marrying. Yeah. So yeah, and complaining and crying about not being a priority, being penciled in around her job and her kids, but yet you're not offering marriage. You're not offering a committed relationship. You're expecting things that usually associated with a committed with marriage and a committed relationship on a date. You Yeah, you making the fact that she can't just hop off and go on a 2 week vacation all the time, or she got a plan for it. Excuse you. Mm-mm-mm. So he's tapping in, trying to tap in the field, and there's nothing wrong with being passionate about your family. Okay, so she grew up with her family and stuff like that, and now that she's single, she wants to spend time with her family. There's nothing wrong with that. That's part of the nature of women. We're nurturing, caring. We care about our families, and if her passion is that that she loves spending time with her family. stop trying to make her feel ashamed for it. Yeah. Okay, I see, Princess Z. I'm 35 years and up. These men don't want to marry. How are we going to coexist if we can't cooperate? This is Willie Williams. Okay, how are we going to coexist if we can't cooperate? Well, the thing is, they're not being honest. They want women to do, and give up something and be dependent on a man who's not offering her anything. And then at the same time they'll probably be screaming, holler, she should have chose better. Yeah. You're a little commitment phobic, so I'm not going to shame others not knowing their full situation. Yeah, he's definitely commitment phobic. So he should be the main one that should not be talking about this. And being independent, it does not mean not want a man. It just means she's not with him because she needs him for survival. You was just talking about survival sex. Having a woman that's totally dependent on you for everything is survival sex. So you're telling women that and shaming her for so-called having survival sex, but yet you willing to make her so dependent on you that you're willing to have survival sex, because she's only with you because you're providing for her, not because she loves you or have an interest in you. It's because she needs a place to sleep, she needs to be able to eat, needs you to provide her clothing and all the things that maintain her looks. Is that so? There's that constant contradiction. So coexist. Okay. One of the things they should do is stop trying to shame women for working. And once infrastructure failed, woman would need man for survival. Yeah. So you're hoping for infrastructure failure. Okay. Once infrastructure fail, then you can bring that up. And then a whole bunch of y'all, yeah, but infrastructure ain't failed yet. Is that what y'all mean by winter's coming? Y'all talking about infrastructure? Oh yes, I read those books, about how infrastructure is going to fail in different ways, financial, nature, something.
Mm-hmm. I went into one of these Manosphere spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in one of these Manosphere spaces, right? So let me tell you, this guy was saying he can't wait until they pass like some law stating that there's no such thing as genders and in the workplace, so that these trans women is gonna take over most of the women jobs, and a lot of women are gonna be out of jobs. And I'm sitting here like, that's never gonna happen because we have both men and women in the workspace, and it's based on job performance, not really based on gender. I mean, gender plays a role in it too, but it's basically mostly on job performance and how well you get along with others. So I was like, how is that going to change the dynamic? He's saying that because a lot of women are getting more jobs than men. And I'm like, whose fault is that? Like, I don't, the dumb stuff they argue about in these.
And since the population across the board, the women outnumber the men, of course, there are going to be more women in the workplace. That's just the numbers of that. Um, there's more women than there are men. Period. Yeah, at least in the United States, and that crosses all ethnicity. Now there are some jobs that's male dominant, dominating, but you know, but if it's come down to skills and education, you're gonna have just as many women as there are men.
Yeah, exactly. This is crazy.
Mhm.
Anyway, if you Jane, post the link. If you guys want to hop up here and we can talk about this Jason Black character, we could do that.
Mhm. All right. There's the link. Okay. Yeah. So when the infrastructure fail, okay. We can bring this up again. Yeah. Or mhm. Yeah, I read books where the different reasons the infrastructure failed, but it took time for everything to revert back.
Good
So
job.
even
I was just
and
shouting.
even then and even then, it'll still come down to a certain percentage of men. Okay, if we say the infrastructure failed, okay, so the men who have skills, the men who are physically strong, the men that can hunt, these men are going to be the dominant men, and women are going to be because they can provide if the infrastructure fails. Are you one of these men? If you're not one of these men, you better, while the infrastructure is still here, better start getting these skills and stuff, and strengthen yourself and learn how to hunt and fish and camp and do all these other things so you can get these women who are going to be coming to you for survival. Otherwise, she can save herself the hassle and go for these men from the get-go, and then she don't have to watch him beat you to death to get her, and go through all kind of agony of that situation. All right, Rodney. Yeah, so Rodney is one of these guys. He got skills, know how to hunt, know how to fish, he knows how to cook, he know how to camp, and use a gun, probably a bow and arrow too, because after a while, without any gunsmiths, knowing how to make bullets and guns gonna be useless after a certain point. So you better learn how to make a bow and arrow, shoot with it, learn how to fletch. That's what it called when you make arrows, or is that when you make the bow and arrows? Learn how to fletch. Yeah, this is how I can talk about it. Yeah. So, hey, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, he's saying your food comes from a supermarket. You don't hunt. Okay, so I know how to fish. I could do a little garden. Or hey, since I'm a woman, since um um and women are naturally hypergamous, I'll get with the man who can hunt, who can fish, who got skills, who know how to build. Because oh yeah, we're gonna need builders. We're gonna need carpenters, masons, men who know how to build and take care of all this stuff. But I think I hit something because you seem to be fixated on me going to the supermarket. You even said yourself, you can't wait for the infrastructure to fall so we can need y'all for protection. But a smart woman, why, if you don't have those skills, and she gonna waste time going to you? She's probably scoped out the guys that already got the skill, and she's already, if the infrastructure failed, she's going to him for protection. She's going to be his woman, his side piece, or even be the maid to his wife, or his main woman. Be willing to be the maid, the slop pot thrower, the housekeeper, whatever. Yeah, you care. I hit that nerve, Willie. Yeah, I hit that nerve. Buddy, since you believe winter's coming and infrastructure's failed, it's time for you to get off of YouTube and get them skills. Oh, okay. Chaos Rain is in the back chat, backstage. You okay with
Okay.
him?
Are you guys okay? He's not a bad. I think I've heard him before.
Okay.
All right, Chaos. It's ladies' night, so let's see. Here we go. Chaos.
Oh,
Uh, okay, I'm gonna mute you. All
no,
right.
I saw you brought me up. I saw that's why I paused it. I was sitting back waiting. It's ladies' night. I come in to say ladies' night on the title.
Oh, it's in the description because I need room for the title. Lately, my titles have been getting huge.
Is what? So what?
It's in the description. Should be right underneath the title.
I know, but you know, most people don't read the descriptions now in these videos. They only go by the title. And people ask what the show. They're not gonna.
You know by now, ladies' night is on Saturday night.
Every Saturday.
Every Saturday.
Every Saturday.
Unless something is going on or something that's taking us away or something like that. It's usually every Saturday.
Well, I'll give you a pointer as content creators.
Ronnie, you can come up. I see you with your eyes. You could come up too.
Okay. For sake of clarity, to keep consistency, if you've been calling it ladies' night, I mean, just call it and just give it an episode so people know the difference. But these are saved broadcasts, especially the length, so people can go back to it, Just keep it, just for a disclaimer, And in the script, you could tell we're talking about Jason, But anyway, that's my recommendations, Dane. Since you one that creates the shows, okay? Jason Black. I'm gonna listen to Jason Black now since last year. I know he's been buzzing for other parts of YouTube. And I did not know this man was dealing with relationships until I actually subscribed to his main channel. Then found out he had a second channel called The Business. You're familiar with The Business?
Mm-hmm.
That's where we got our content from. That if you was watching our show.
Yeah, I was listening to it, so I'm not sure if it was the show or is the business.
It was from his channel, The Business.
Okay, yeah. So he's always giving his take, and he proclaims that he is the originator, which I'm not sure why most Negroes say they originate a lot of things, because there's a lot of things that goes on social media, YouTube, and we don't really have no originator of a lot of things. But okay, it's interesting to hear advice from most older people, but they never have no reflection of a marriage or anything really sustainable, in my opinion. I find very odd when people are taking advice from not only men but also some of the ladies, unfortunately. And it's cool to have these conversations, but for credibility, I know, and if y'all ladies, I know a friend, maybe two, but one, that's in a marriage for over 20 years. You get me? And he's doing pretty decent. You get me? And if I want to talk advice, I would refer to him because he's able to sustain it longer. You get me? Anybody else? So, so it's like I said, if he's inclined that a woman should find a man and just rest, that's good. But majority of Americans for the past couple decades has always worked. Only 30% of Americans, especially talking women, work. So that leaves another 7% that everybody has to have 9 to 5 or have a degree or career or something or doing something. So it's very hard fetched to find a woman that will be comfortable just staying home, not doing nothing. And she invests her time and energy just to get that degree. Unless the man has a business and the degree he picks her that she good at could probably imply to his business. But 9 times we don't hear these conversations. We just hear that the man work, you stay home. Screw your degree. After your degree, keep pushing.
No, we've heard that. Like the woman can help the man with his business and help him prolong his career. Yeah,
Yeah,
we've
but
heard.
but it's very rare that some men, let's keep it real, that they're not looking for women to say, "Oh, you got this. Maybe you can help my business." It's not really
Yeah,
a thing.
a lot of men are very
A
prideful.
modern man, that's not the think of modern man today, because most people work. You get me? Now, if he leaves an ultimatum, say, stay home, do this, and everything's good, and she agrees with it, that's even fine. Well, like I said, most women today, it's hard to find it. Someone that if they have a real decent career that doesn't cause much stress on them, they wouldn't mind doing that and possibly may watch and children. I don't know. Because nowadays people got multitask in this uncertain economy. Not saying it's impossible, but the way the times we're living now is not really reasonable. Logic. So if woman wants work and if do all 100% and hang down, as long as he needs her to do, that's fine. But like I said, most Americans work. Well, this person said, "I'm retired. Even I can't be June Cleaver all the time." Oh, that's good. That's very good. That's very good.
Okay, chaos. Let's listen to Rodney. Rodney, what did you have to add to the conversation?
Oh, well, my background. Been married twice. First time I was married for 13 years. This time I've been married for almost 10. All right. I married a woman that was my age, my first wife, and my wife now is 7, 8 years older than me. So I'm kind of in between. I know a little bit, know what I'm talking about. Men like don't really have no substance. That's why he wanted a woman to stay home. This is why he has to be above. So he's already at his ceiling. See, if this woman goes out and gets her own and create her own, now he know he won't be needed because he has no drive himself. These are men with no drive. They are comfortable. It's funny how he visualize and talk about high value men. You show this man on a jet, you show this man on a car, but it's not you. You are clapping your hands for other type of men when these are not the men. That's not the man that you are, because you are talking about women doing things that you are doing at the same time you're speaking. Everything that he say women should do, women do dot dot, women do this, women do. He was doing it as he was speaking. Like we all got laptops. That didn't make no sense. You want a woman to stay home and do what? A working woman is a boring. My wife cussed him out. She heard that walking through the door. And she said, "Who in the F is that? What the hell is he talking about?" Why? Because now you have something. Men like this need to have bragging rights, bragging points. This is why he don't like the older women. This is why he can't talk to the woman his age. Because by the time you 35, 40, you didn't figure out you halfway there. You accomplish. You see the end of the tunnel. You see the light. He don't see no light. He's still in darkness. This is why he needs the younger girl. This is why they harp on that age range, because that's where they stuck at. This is the only thing they know how to handle. Why? Because by the time you turn 35, 40, 35, 40-year-old women, they need somebody that know how to fix a sink. See, that 25, 27-year-old girl, she don't know nothing about no plumbing. She don't know she gonna need somebody to fix some plumbing. She don't know she gonna need somebody to fix her flow. She don't know that. So now a woman that's have substance, that's older, she know, okay, you know how to cut grass? Oh, babe, I gotta call somebody to cut grass. If the lights go out, how long can you go without lights? I know how long I can go. I went 21 days. No lights, no communication. And my wife in there, it was like a normal day for her.
And you from the South or up north?
I'm from the South. I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah. When I say I got hit by Hurricane Ida, bad. 21 days. We went without lights, without electricity, period. She didn't miss a heartbeat. No lights, and she still took a hot bath every night. No lights, and she still ate good every night. Matter of fact, she slept through the storm. How many men can say, I can make my wife that comfortable? Right. See, because some these men have no substance in them no more. They don't want to get their hands dirty. I got calluses on my hand. But men like me, we overlook. Don't nobody want to listen to men like us. Everybody say, well, all the real men that when we speak, y'all look over us and then turn back and say, why? It's not for a man to play with your emotion. All these men on here, they play with y'all emotions. It's not for us to interact with y'all emotions. It's not. And these men today have been taught to interact with women's emotions. And this is what y'all, this is how y'all fall.
Dame, Max wants you to drop the link.
It's down. Go ahead, Rodney.
We hard, if a man can't keep a job, what makes you think he's gonna keep you?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
See, we talk about y'all want a partnership, but y'all don't give a interview. Don't nobody bring a resume. Any job you have to have an interview. We don't interview. We don't check resume. My opinion. And this is how we get conflicted.
Well said, my brother. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
And and not to make it sound like we blaming women, because I believe that a lot of women have been tricked into believing that a lot of these dudes are real men and they're not. But to add to what Rodney is saying, I was talking about this yesterday, and some with melanated vessel and other women, in the past, you guys are so used to these phonies. Then when the real men show up, you don't want to have nothing to do with them. You don't pay us any mind. You get used to these guys' styles. Kevin Samuels wearing a suit. He looks good. Going to the women. Alan Roger Curry sounds slick. He's supposed to be giving guys good advice when he don't give a damn about their state of mind and all this other stuff, right? But when the real men show up and tell you that these guys are fakes and you listen to the wrong guys, as Rodney said, we get overlooked. We don't get taken seriously. You don't pay us any attention. And you think that we're boring and we're dull because we're not showing up with all of the bells and whistles that these phonies and these posers are making a show out of for you to entertain you. That's how they lie to you and deceive you. They keep you entertained. They wear the tight Mr. Rogers suits. They wear the makeup like Alan Roger Curry. They say the slick this and the slick that, and they get you women all riled up, but they're really lying to you behind all of that. And then with guys like myself, Rodney, Kev, real hardcore men who know what it is, who know how to get it done, when we show up and say, hey, ladies, these guys are fakes. By the way, they're phonies. We get overlooked. We get talked down to, and we get pushed to the side when we're the ones who are really trying to save you.
Yeah, because they all these men tell you about a relationship that they are not in themselves. So therefore, if they're gonna tell you about a relationship, they should be able to say, "Here's my wife. This is an example." You ask each and every last. I have asked and asked and asked. So what's your example? They all go, "Oh well,
Right.
um, um, um."
They don't have any examples because none of these guys are married. Nor do any of them even have a girlfriend. A lot of these guys don't even have a girlfriend. Some of these guys, believe it or not, have never been with a woman. But they're telling you all of this slick feel good crap. And it is troublesome sometimes. We get a little frustrated, yeah.
Alan Roger Kurt is married, you know that, right? Alan.
Yeah, he's married now.
Okay.
Well, not when he was giving all that advice.
He's married now because I had a run-in with him in RBR. We was talking about the advice he was giving these dudes. When I was telling him about the state of mind of a lot of these young dudes are unstable, he didn't give an F about that. Matter of fact, his exact words was, I ain't got nothing to do with that. But yet you don't care about their state of mind, but you want to give them pickup lines so they can go and possibly make a woman's life miserable or worse because their minds are unstable. And these are the kind of guys that get all of the accolades and get all of the, the attention from everybody. Okay? The real dudes who know how to get it done, who know how to set it right, we get pushed to the side when we're the ones who are trying to save you from these guys. We're the ones trying to point these guys out. Hey, these guys are not us. They're phonies. They're fakes. They're not going to get it done.
These guys are not the guys that are going to be in your community. When you go to the community outreach center, the family day at the park, them guys not going to be the ones with the program set up for the kids to play with. They not there. They not in the community.
Like I was talking to a sister about Kevin Samuels and how dangerous he is to the young youth. All she cared about was the suits he was wearing. Yeah, but his presentation is nice. He wears the suits. Excuse me. He's dangerous to young black men. Yeah, but his setup is so nice. And, he seemed to come across as a great guy. He's got the suits.
And that's how they come across as a great guy with the suit.
Yeah.
Kyle, living single. Ain't that's Kyle? Yeah, I think about the role Kyle played on Living Single.
Right. Oh yeah, Kyle. Yeah.
Think about the role he played. What did he play on Living Single? Look at that character.
Yeah, he was the well-dressed guy with the job.
Yeah, he was the well-dressed good job with the Wall Street job and da. But he was always scheming, always trying to cut corners, never wanted to do nothing, never was creative.
No.
Now look at
then when these young dudes, right, when they show up on the streets in your community, out of their mind, hitting girls over the head with skateboards and biting women's faces off at liquor stores, you wonder what's going on. Well, they listen to guys like Kevin Samuels. They listen to the Manosphere. They listen to the Red Pill Rage guys. These guys are dangerous, but for some reason, a lot of sisters don't seem to understand that because they give y'all a good show and they entertain y'all. Us real men, we ain't here to entertain. We're here to try to drive these guys away and put some truth out there, let you know that these guys are phonies. We ain't here to entertain.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why
Thank you, lady. That's all I
they
wanted to say.
be thinking you okay, and yeah, that's why they be thinking you be hating black men because you be hard on them and you hold them accountable and put their feet to the fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm or frustrate them because it's like you don't hold the black woman accountable, and because he keeps telling y'all can't hold them accountable until y'all doing what y'all supposed to be doing. How you gonna hold the woman accountable? You the leader. If you
Listen,
ain't doing what you supposed to be doing, you can't tell her nothing.
this is the black woman. All right. The black woman is looking for strength to stand on. How's she gonna have strength to stand on when we all weak? We if shit go to shit right now, excuse my language, what we gonna do? I seen when I went through when I went through Ida, it made me sick to my stomach to see our community the way that we are. If we go to kaputs today, we wake up and they say food shortage, da da da. Oh, we through. We are done. I'm sorry. This is gonna be a hard road to climb. So many of our black boys can't even hold a chainsaw. So many of our black boys can't even pick up debris out their own yard. We are done. It's a
Yeah.
shame. Everybody standing out, look at me, I feel too soft. Everybody walk around in their feelings. Especially men. Too many feeling men around here now. All these men in their feelings. Because of what? Or what you in your feelings on a woman. Boy, I tell you. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they're too emotional about what we doing, who we sleeping with, how many kids we have, um, if we expecting them to be fathers or mentor to their kids.
Okay, you worried about how many kids a woman had, but you got 4 kids yourself. How that sound? You worry
Exactly.
about how many kids a woman got, but you got 2.
Yeah. Yeah. He's worried that she's going on a date so she can get a free meal.
Because let's be real. I see once again I'm a realistic type person. If you a man and you are over the age of 35, you can't have kids anyway. See, let's be real.
Why you say that? That was
What?
mean. Right?
What you mean?
If you a male and you above the age of 35, you can't have kids.
If
Why?
you are over the age of 35, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
35, 40, 42 in that area, and you are a male, If you ain't got kids by now, it's slim pickings you gonna even have kids. That's real. That's realistic. So for them to be worried about if a woman, how many kids a woman have, man, you done tried to have about 4 or 5 kids. You just couldn't shoot the bullet.
Damn.
That's real.
But you know what? You make a good point because some men, when they be in their late 20s, they be especially they be dating single moms. Some of them be wishing that they had kids, and they be wanting kids, and
I'm
and I
47
heard
years
them
old.
say that too, huh?
I'm 47. This is how I know. Listen, I have 4 children. You think they were mistakes? No. 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 There ain't no mistakes. If that man is over 35, 40, it's a slim chance he gonna skeet one. I'm just keeping it real. He can't have a kid. He been shooting does out. This is why he's listen. Men today are emotional. All right. Think about the woman who's in her 35 and 40s, maybe wanting to have a kid. Don't that sound like some of these men mad? Just saying.
So you're saying when we get older, she's mad that she don't have kids by 35? Are you saying a woman?
Yeah, most women want their kids by 35, 40.
Yeah,
Right?
women.
5 to 40.
But you know, but some are waiting for the man that they really want to have the kids. Not women who just gonna pop.
You understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You said the woman is waiting. But
Now,
listen.
I'm not gonna knock a woman that waits, regardless.
No. I'm not knocking the woman. I'm saying
if
I'm
they're
the
on
man.
risk, that's their business. But at times it's better because let's be honest, not everybody's gonna have kids out here. You get me? The way how people's mindset at. So if they're waiting for something that is just not the perfect, but just the one that is gonna stick and grind it, I rather respect that. You get me?
No. I'm not blaming the woman. I'm talking about the man. By the time the man turns 35 and 40, he has tried to have at least a couple of kids.
You think so, Rodney?
I know so. Ain't no think. I know.
But why would they
I don't know about that,
to
man.
have kids if they're not married? I don't know.
Listen. Let me tell you something. When a man has unprotected sex, he knows the consequences. The very first consequence that go across his brain is not a STD. The very first consequence go across that man's brain is, man, I hope she don't get pregnant. So if you know that is your consequence, that's what you were shooting for.
You think
that's why when that's why when you tell him I'm pregnant, he just go,
because
explain this. You mean
I really want
to sign of relief
she's
or a
pregnant
sign of disappointment? Because that can go. What we mean?
No, it's not a sign of it. No.
Is it relief or disappointment? What's going on?
It's either way because you know the consequence. Either you're gonna go, oh man, I knew.
Yeah, you know it's not making sense.
You telling me they
How come it's not making sense? When a woman tells you, even when a woman tells you, you knew you was having unprotected sex, common sense. You knew you was having unprotected sex with this woman, and she tells you, "I'm pregnant." You gonna gasp and go, "Oh, why?" Either you gonna be enjoyed, or you gonna be like, "Ooh." You knew the consequence. So when you let it go, you knew the consequence. So you tried to do that. At the end of the day.
So he said, you tell me, Rodney, when he shoots at the club, there's a high chance that either she's going to get knocked up or not. Correct, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So say for instance,
I guess
you said one night stand, and you do a one night stand unprotected. right?
Yeah.
And she come back and tell you that you was pregnant. In the act of that one night stand, when you had that condom in your hand or you didn't have it, you knew in the back of your mind she could come up pregnant. 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, however you might see again, and all of a sudden she say, "Hey, you know I'm pregnant." Ooh, huh? Yeah.
But what if she gets rid of the baby? What do you do?
Well, that's a harvest of a different color. That's if she gets rid of the baby, that's a
You
if it was
let's
mine, if
let,
it
us
Wait,
was me,
right,
let him
right.
answer the question. So,
if it was me, see, I can't speak for another man on that. If it
okay.
was me, you gonna have it. I don't get rid of mine.
But Rodney, why if she decide to go behind your back and
Say that
terminate?
again.
Why would she go behind your back and terminate? Because she didn't want to go
No, no, no,
forward.
no, 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 no. It me. Once you tell me you are happy, I can't
Mm-hmm.
speak for no other man. You tell me you are having my child, we having this baby. Ain't no go behind no back.
Yeah.
The only way this child is now terminated is that if it cause you complications on your life. But if this go no, ain't no terminate. Sorry,
But
not my blood.
I'm being
I,
honest with
I
you, Rodney.
like that. I like that. It depends on what you say to the woman. If you make the woman feel like she's supported and you're going to be with her throughout the
Oh no,
pregnancy,
yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
she
Listen,
might keep that
listen.
baby. But if
That's
it,
that's that's. See, I'm a little old school. It's where I was
mm,
raised. That's my blood.
uh-huh.
We ain't never got to talk no more.
Mm.
But long as you don't deny me, we good.
Oh, okay. I like that, Rodney. That's sweet.
Well, like I said, we have no control. Every woman decide what her do her body. It's her body, her choice. If she just let's say she does that, it'll be disappointing. I think most men should not continue any
What?
conversation if she decides to go ahead. Rather, she tell it and behind your back. Um,
Well. Let's look at that situation though. No woman really is willing to terminate a child.
you sure about
That
that?
that's no. Hold up. Pause. That's reflected on the man. Why
That's
I
true.
say that? Because when you tell her, okay, I'll be there, that give her a comfortability.
Mm-hmm.
When you jump up and say, okay, yeah. Just like I said, okay, you go have this. I made sure. When was the doctor's appointment? What time? What the doctor say? See, I showed acceptance of the child. Many
Yeah.
men today don't do that. So you
Mm.
put that woman in a discomfort to make that choice.
Yeah.
No woman goes into the idea of having an abortion off the barrel. I'm sorry, they
That's
don't.
true. That's true. I agree with Rodney.
You
I
know,
that.
I don't understand something, right? How is it that we pretend that abortion isn't taking an innocent life? I mean, does the term abortion make people feel good about taking an innocent life or something? Help me understand.
No, we didn't say that. We were just stating if we're just giving the
No,
what.
because the reason why I said that is because I notice how some people talk about it as if it's something comfortable or if it's something normal or if it's something great or, it's just something that we should accept. I mean, it's taking an innocent life, however you look at it. I don't get it.
That's that. I don't. Me personally, I don't agree. I don't agree with it. I don't support it, but it's not my choice.
Yeah, but you see, that's another thing too, right? That word choice, right? We use that word every day in our life, most of us anyway, right? So if
Mhm.
you choose to kill somebody, should you not go to jail?
That's a good argument.
I think abortion is a touchy subject. We're just stating that. He just explained to us. If a girl is if she has a baby and she has that choice, if it's a one night stand, then
Yeah,
the
but what
man.
do you mean choice of what?
I mean, having a baby by yourself and not having a support system and
Yeah,
not.
well, here's the thing, right?
Uh-huh,
Those are human lives. They're called souls,
uh-huh.
right? They come from the great beyond or the supernatural, whatever you want to call it or whatever, created by the creator. You don't have the right to terminate a soul that was created by the creator. If you can't keep yourself together, right? Then perhaps you shouldn't be with somebody where you feel that you're going to accidentally create a life. That's a life.
You're right.
It's not a thing. It's not a bag of potato chips or a Louis Vuitton bag or a pair of shoes. That's a living, breathing human being that can't defend itself.
You're right. We're just stating
And then
the.
but wait a minute. But we mull all that over and we accept it because we use the word choice. Choice is the safe word, right? We use choice instead of murder. Choice takes the place of murder. Hey, don't say murder. Let's just call it choice. Let's make the woman feel good about murdering an innocent life. Let's just call it choice.
You know, I'll have to agree with Max on this one. The word language, Max, you're right, because we're trying to water down to what it really called what it is, straight down the line. It's a
Yeah,
form of murder.
it's
And
murder.
even with certain laws now that they're pushing back, which is a good thing, that people should not
And you
be
know
loose.
why? Hold on a second, Tony. And you know why it's murder? Because you're taking the life of you're taking the life of a human being against its will that has no opportunity or no way to defend itself. That's murder.
Yeah. Ooh, that's whoa.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But in this society, right, we make them feel good about murdering innocent people by calling it choice.
Has anybody disagree with Max said? The language.
I'm just saying, there's barriers to that.
Yeah, I think
But that's celebrity. Listen, celebrities don't live reality life behind the screen, behind the camera. You understand what that means? They live two different. Celebrities live two different lives. There's a action. That's a life,
Max,
and
can
then
you mute
there's
your
a cut. That's another life.
I'm sorry about that.
See, we
Okay.
don't live behind a screen. We not celebrities. We're the average people. We can't do what they do. We can't live. This is our problem. We want to live like them. No.
Yeah, so I think there's barriers to that, you know.
Barriers like what?
I mean, there's different situations. If you get raped or something
That,
happens,
that's different. But
yeah.
at the same time, you know, but we talk about what they call it consensual. Come on now.
Yeah,
Y'all boyfriend
okay.
and girlfriend. Y'all been
Nobody
together
is
3.5
discounting.
months.
Nobody is discounting rape because that's a brutal situation
Right.
that a woman has to go through. No one's discounting that, and no one's saying anything about medical complications either. We're talking about having sex, and all of a sudden it's a oops.
Oops.
Yes,
Right.
yes. We're just talking about what would make a woman do that, okay? And not necessarily, a lot of women aren't thinking of it as murder, as you say, Max.
But
Oh, okay.
it's interesting you mentioned about if someone was committed, like took the coochie and then was the rape, right? That's the only thing that comes into the conversation. But really, when we look at if we deal with data, how often people are women that's getting that and conceiving? What's the percentage of that?
Well, my thing is, I don't see why you guys.
Is it greater than 25%?
Okay, if it's such a big deal, why do they bash single moms? Why don't they put up advocacy saying you should have kids and promote that?
You wouldn't want to really answer why they talk about it because they say you should have the baby with me, not this dude. That's the honest truth.
I don't
See, that's
know.
why I
This
say.
No,
is
Charlene.
going on in the
Charlene,
bashing
that's the truth. When a man tells that, he said you shouldn't pick this dude, you should have picked me. It's her man's back in the mind. That's the honest truth. That's why you hear him talk about it, make streams, all that.
And one
I'm
thing I
just
do,
saying. They sit
and one
around
thing
and
I
they
do,
bash women about that.
and one thing I do agree with. Okay, when guys talk about they don't have a right to, I think it's wrong. If a man and a woman creates a child, I think it's wrong to take away that man's right to make decisions in that baby's life. I think that's wrong.
I don't know, Max.
Hey, you know they get ready to pass a law,
You're
right?
on thick wire with that one. Some
Well,
people
Lord.
agree with that.
Y'all,
No.
y'all heard about the law? There has been studied, and they said 35% of women who have babies, of men who sign the birth certificate, 35% of the men who sign the birth certificate are not the father.
No,
So they
I think they should. They should do DNA tests. I
Well, no,
agree
I
with
don't. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is this here, right? And okay, it's a no-brainer if a woman is raped. It's a no-brainer if her life is in danger. Okay, it's a no-brainer. That's up to her. We get it. But in this situation, where you out here having sex probably with somebody you shouldn't be having sex with, and you end up getting pregnant, man, we don't. Ain't nobody trying to hear it's your body and it's pro-choice. You shouldn't have been reckless and sat down and created a life. Now, that guy is also to blame. He's also responsible. And his rights shouldn't be taken away in a decision to get a termination. He should also have a say so because y'all created that baby together.
What if what if the man
So hold
doesn't?
up. So when a person gets a abortion, the father don't have to sign no papers. I mean, how that work?
No,
I don't
No, I'm
know.
not
father
talking.
doesn't have to.
I'm not getting into that part of it. Y'all can talk about that. I'm talking about the father's rights. Okay, if they created that child together, women can't get pregnant by themselves. At
You're
least
right.
unless parthenogenesis comes back or whatever. But there's no parthenogenesis taking place, so women can't get pregnant by themselves. So if they have gotten pregnant by a man, there shouldn't be no, well, it's her body, it's her choice. Miss me with all of that. He should have a say too. That's his child too. Right is right and wrong is wrong. He is the father of that child. He should have a say so in determination or if that child lives. Shouldn't just be the woman just all of a sudden, oh, well, you know what? I'm getting rid of it because my body. Nah, man, no. That's wrong. That's wrong. She didn't have that baby by herself. I think the law is really, really messed up on that end. A man should have a say so. Listen, that's my child too. Okay? You're not gonna terminate my child.
All right. So you think the man should sign off on it,
Sign off on what?
on an abortion if he says no, yes or no?
Now, I prefer he not sign off on it, but I prefer that he should have a
You
say
should have.
so in it.
Yeah,
Now,
that's what I'm saying.
if his
I
dumbass want to sign,
I
if his
agree with that.
dumbass want to sign off on the termination of his own child, then he should have the right to do so. I don't prefer that, okay, but I can't sit up here and be a hypocrite and say, well, give him rights only if he agree.
Yeah.
Well, my question is, does he have that option? I mean, when they do that,
Well, no, right now he doesn't. Okay,
oh,
the woman pulls rank, and I think that's wrong.
I said I don't know about that.
So I agree with the written statement and everything, but what if the woman wants to have the child and the man doesn't want to be part of it and he wants to walk away? He wants to have nothing to do with it.
I don't
Could
think
he-
that should be in. I don't think that should be. No, he shouldn't be able to walk away.
Exactly. That's what men are arguing. Since
No,
women,
no, 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 no. You lay down. You got that woman pregnant. That is your responsibility. Ain't no walking away.
See, that's a new school mentality because even back when I grew, listen, my first child, I was 17 years old. My mother and my father told me I ain't have a choice but to have this baby.
That's right.
It wasn't me saying, "Oh man, I had to buckle up and say, Mama, Well, I got a baby on the way. For real? Who? Y'all
Yeah.
come on up in here.
My parents was the same way. You
There
gonna
wasn't
take
no
care of that
choice.
child. That's right. Ain't no walking away. That's not even an option.
Wasn't no option.
What fool is talking that? What fool is saying that? Charlene, somebody said that? One of these guys
Oh
said
yeah,
that?
that's a conversation. That conversation is happening and on YouTube within what's that channel with Mr. Palmer and
Nah, see, I can't.
him
I
and his
can't get.
child support baby
Yeah,
mama
see, I can't.
toys.
See, I can't get that look here. I wish they would talk that crap around me.
Yeah, he talked about that, and I was against that. I was like, we both know how science work and how a sperm penetrates an egg, and he lay down with her and he came inside of her. He,
And
And this is how this system is forced because it's forced behind men.
I
Men
believe. I'm gonna tell you right
have no
now.
choice.
I believe the man should be forced to take care of his child. That's how serious this is.
For real.
Yeah. Our
You know
parents
what?
forced us. My parents, let me tell you something. My parents told all their children, you have a baby, you taking care of it. We don't do abortions here. If you ain't got a job, you better get one.
You know what? This is how I feel. Instead of locking these men up for not paying child support, I feel they should lock men up for not visiting their children, for not spending time with their
Nah,
children.
well, now, what I think they should do is if the guys don't have a job, right, they can't get a job, the state got these jobs where they can work on the highway picking up trash, making a couple of $100 a week. Put them on that. Put them on that. Give them a job.
Man,
yeah,
these trying to work.
And
These
put them on
men,
that.
these men are not. They are not trying to work. Telling you they're not
Well,
trying to work, Max. I see it. They not trying to
well,
work.
well, you're gonna do something.
Ooh,
Because
they
you're gonna take care of that child. We're gonna find a way. You're gonna take care of that child. You ain't gonna leave that woman to fend for herself with that child. That's wrong.
they don't even want to clean up a job site. And
Uh,
that's just picking up trash.
yeah. And then like I found out that you can go to the incinerator authority in most states and cities and get a day's work. You know,
Yeah.
$160 or something like that, 150. Put in a day's work, you get paid that same day. You need to go do something to help take care of this child that you created. Ain't no walking away. Ain't nobody go, I don't want to hear nothing. Ain't no feeling sorry for you or fuck that. You shouldn't have laid down with her and had a child. Don't
yeah,
come
I
crying the
agree.
river. Yeah, don't come crying the river now. Talking about, okay, pay you damn right you got to pay child support. The hell
Yeah,
you think this is?
and some guys get women pregnant on purpose. That's
Mm-hmm.
not even talked about in the spaces too.
Of course. I told you that.
I don't play that shit, man. And these old sorry ass niggas that's trying to get a law that will allow them to be divorced from their children.
Yeah, a lot of them want to sign their rights off from the child. Is that
That's
a
just a
thing?
piece.
Can they do
What?
that? Sign their rights off before they?
Well, no, not right now. I don't think they can.
I got a brother-in-law that signed his rights off. You can.
Man, what we got to start doing, Rodney, man, we got to start schooling our sisters, man, because they done got lost. They think these dudes, they
Well,
don't know what a dude is anymore, man.
Look, my thing is this: because the laws are going to eventually change depending how the economy is going, that it's going to make people be smarter or going to continue to be dumber out here. You get me? At
Yeah.
much time, if you think about Max, most of the content, let's be honest, on Black YouTube is all about so-called relationships and children. And the laws
Mm-hmm.
really tighten up and made it more lenient for the men. I guarantee you, some are going to follow, and some are going to be left behind. Because let's be honest, there are some no
Well,
good niggas. There's no good niggas out here. And let's be honest, we could spot them a mile away. Even the thing when you talk about this financial thing that they want, what they call financial abortion. I remember one cat was on a channel talking about this nonsense, and I'm thinking, saying, so you want to sling cock, shoot the club, and don't be responsible? Do you know why the system designed child support for the first place, it was not because of us men. It designed for the white man because he was the originator of this bullshit. So you want to engage in this behavior, loose behavior, like a buck, and hope that you don't have no responsibility, no accountability. That in an delusional world, maybe that could exist, but in the real world, that's not logic. So when you try to pose that, Max, that's not getting no traction. The only thing the state's going to look at is they're going to look at and say, well, we're going to have to make this somewhat even. We might have to make these people start co-parent. You get me? Because now, think about it. The state can't continue to pay this. And you only can lock up so much people. But you're going to have problems with these children out here. So they got to step in and have to start regulate this and make a harsh decision now. This experiment, regardless of the billions, it's not going to sustain itself longer.
No, I don't think you should lock him up unless he refuses to do something about it. Like, if you figure he can't get a regular job, man, the state can put him to work. They can put these guys to work.
But you know, it's funny. Why is the state not stepping and putting certain men to work anyway?
Because he got too many greedy ass politicians pocketed money. You know?
Yeah, that's got to change for real, man.
Yeah, they're stealing everything.
These men.
You can tell who's stealing, right? All you got to do is go to a particular state and look at the conditions of the road. That'll tell you what the politicians are doing right there.
Man, listen. These men will and they lack drive. Without will or drive, you just got.
I wouldn't say that because they got the will to pump and dump. They got the drive to pump and dump. They got the 1-2 to pump and dump. So they got the will and the drive. It's just for the wrong thing.
But but see, here's the thing: pumping and dumping, Max, ain't hard. Come on now.
No,
it ain't hard. It ain't no will, ain't no drive in that, and it really ain't hard.
Shit, them motherfuckers, they making videos about that shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's not hard. It's not hard. And listen, it ain't hard to get a woman. Keep a woman. How you keep one?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. When you say keep a woman, keep her in what capacity?
How to keep her? How to provide? How to maintain?
But what in a marriage or a committed relationship?
A committed relationship.
Oh shit, these niggas can't.
We can't do that. Some of them can't. It's
These
hard.
niggas can't. They can't even fucking sustain a goddamn date more than 2 days. Most can't get 2 fucking dates out of a woman, man.
Oh, man.
A committed relationship.
They don't court no more. You know, don't nobody court no more. Like,
Thank you. That's what I was talking to Charlene about. Courting.
You don't know how to.
I was talking to Charlene. Charlene, was that you I was talking to about courting? Or was that you, Dan?
Yeah, you was talking to us about courting.
Courting, yeah. I'm telling y'all need to go back there. Why? How you think guys like myself we've been married so long? We courted our wives. Courting is a big deal. It makes all the difference. I courted my wife for what, damn near a year before I married her.
So Max, you don't go by the philosophy of 6 months, right?
Well, 6 months. It depends on how fast y'all accept. Because some people hit it off real well. Okay.
In 6 months.
It could become a domino effect. Some people chemistry is just right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? And then he meet a woman and y'all hit it off right off of there. That could start a snowball effect. The chemistry could just start coming together like a puzzle. It could just start coming together very, very quickly. Before you know it, y'all married in 6-7 months. That can happen. I've seen it happen. Chemistry. Some men and women fit really well together, like a hand in a glove. And it don't take long for them to get married. But some men and women take a little longer because there's some complications. There may be a lie told here and there. Somebody got to forgive somebody or overlook something or, talk it out or whatever. Because even courting You courting is like a mini relationship. Okay, it's like a what do you call it? Like Head Start to kindergarten.
Right.
Okay, yeah, it's like a mini relationship. So the courting, you kind of go through some of the things you would go through in a relationship. That's why you court. It gets you ready for a long-term committed relationship, which in turn gets you ready for marriage.
Right. See, you got to court a chick before you give her the key to the apartment.
Yeah.
And
And
see,
then
here's
after
another thing.
successful, uh-huh.
See, where I come from, I have never moved in with a woman.
Mm-mm.
I've never moved in with a woman.
Real men
A
don't.
woman has always moved in with me.
That's right. Look, that's what I keep, tell guys with Jinkos, right? Get you a one-family home. It's okay if it's small. That's fine, as long as it's yours. A woman will run up in that bad boy with you. She start decorating that motherfucker. As long as it's yours. You got white dudes that own trailers, right? We would say, but I would never own a trailer, right? He ain't in that trailer by himself. There's a woman in there with him.
I
Why?
live.
Because the trailer belongs to him. There's something to be said about ownership. Women are attracted to men who own because they can nest in environments when you own your shit.
Right.
They can nest. You got a one family home, one bedroom, nice little living room, kitchen, bathroom, whatever. Right? And then all that big, but it's nice and cozy. Shit. And it's yours. I guarantee you get a woman be up in there with you. You come over that motherfucker talking about, oh, you know what? You need drapes. And let's get rid of this furniture. The furniture ain't the good color. Let's paint the walls. You're coming there decorating.
Yeah.
Because it's yours. Own there's something to be said about you. You niggers don't want to own nothing. Y'all want to live in fancy apartments, spending 2,500, 3,000 for rent, bragging about losing money. Yeah, I paid 3,500 for my condo up in the sky some damn where. Like, dude, where your condo at? Oh, it's up in the sky. It moves a lot. Sometimes I got to go find it, depending on what cloud it's hiding behind. Like, come on.
What they're really saying is I live with my mom in the basement.
Yeah. and my mama want her rent every week.
You're right.
Mama was on me the other day about that rent. Okay, who's snoring? Who is that?
Dave. Dave.
Yes.
You on your motorcycle?
All right.
Oh,
Yeah, but
no.
tell you guys, man, y'all gotta learn to, earn. You can listen. If you can't get a family home right now, get you a big mobile home, or just save up more money for a family house. Like I said, these white boys get these big giant mobile homes. They be having families in that bad boy.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta own something, man. Own. Stop wasting your money renting.
That's why we try to teach these young guys around here. They be riding around in cars and everything. I was like, man, you riding around on 6 acres. What?
Yeah.
I said, you riding around on 6 acres.
Man, I saw some money. I saw some monkey shit yesterday, man. This dude had an old cat. I think it was an 80. I think it was a Fleetwood. I ain't seen one of them in years. He had an old Fleetwood, right? He had it tricked out. He had these rims with these spinners that stuck out about 12 inches, bro.
Coach, those spinners. You was in Texas?
No, I was in where was I at with this? Because I had left Hammond. I left Louisiana. It was right after I got out of Louisiana.
They call swingers. You was in Mississippi. They had
Yeah,
the papers.
Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi, yeah. I'm looking
Yeah.
at this clown. I'm like, man, look at this shit, man. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, oh monkey shit, man. Like, man, when you niggas time to be shiny, bro?
Actually, man,
Like, damn.
them rims cost $3,500
Yeah,
with
but you
the
see, you spending money on something that's going to depreciate in value. You don't
so,
spend money on a car like that. If
soon
you're
as
gonna
it come
spend
off
money, get you something that don't appreciate. Yeah, get you a Rolls Royce or something, cars that don't appreciate like that. You know, it was an old Fleetwood, man. I ain't seen a Fleetwood. uh, I ain't seen one of them in a long time.
oh
He had a
man.
rag. He had a rag back. That half. He had that half rag on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, man. I ain't seen one of them in a long time. That was old school right there.
Well
Fleetwood. Remember the electric? How many of y'all? What y'all know about the electric 225 deuce and a quarter?
I grew up in that.
Yeah,
Man in the back window.
yeah, yeah, man.
But
I'm
one
taking
thing
y'all back.
I
I'm
will
taking
say,
y'all
Max.
back. Mm,
I'll say
Boy,
this,
how many
Max.
road trips I took in that thing?
One,
mm.
Man
one
in
thing
the back window.
okay. The one
What'd you
thing
say, Chaos?
I will say this, Max, to keep it real with you. Yeah, we gotta get away from the renting. You know, I know most people
Yeah,
want to rent because it's
yeah.
convenient because they have to be responsible for all the other overhauls in the environment you're in. But if you have a girl and y'all taking it serious, and let's say you have a kid, it's better starting small. Now, if she's not down with it, I don't know what to say, brother. You pick probably wrong,
Well,
but you gotta start somewhere. And I agree, you gotta start somewhere because once you start
yeah,
make the conscious decision to get away from the renting, that's the start.
but understand something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ownership helps you mature too, man. When you have to maintain a property, whatever, it
Mm-hmm.
matures you. It makes you grow
Okay.
up. A lot of these
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
guys are immature. They need to learn how to grow up. You know, own a property, maintain it, be a responsible property owner. Grow up. The problem with these dudes now, they don't want to grow up.
Mm-hmm.
Because see, y'all have this thing where y'all say boring, and I always say boring is a mindset of a person who has never accomplished anything.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Right?
I don't get bored. Well,
Mm.
I take my little walk on the back end, and I sit down on my little stump. I'm not bored. I'm at peace
Yeah. It
because I
ain't
work
nothing like
hard.
having right. It ain't nothing like having your own land, bro.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? It's a masterpiece. Like every day, like Rodney said, he sit down on his stump, on his land, looking around, seeing what he could do. He's got all kinds of ideas of what he want to do on his land. You know, guys got to get into ownership, man, and stop renting like y'all little kids. Grow up, own a property, manage a property, become mature, understand what it is to be responsible. You'll be
see,
better, but you could be a better person all around just off of that alone.
this how granddad left generational wealth. You know, we talk about our old granddad, but old granddad had 100 acres.
Yeah,
Old granddad back in the day, it's kind of strange that they own more land than we do now.
yeah.
Not too many people that you talk to, especially our color, that say, I own X amount of property.
They damn near owned all of the agriculture in the damn South.
Yeah, that is true.
Mm-hmm.
I
I mean,
got
the
100
white
acres
man ain't
right now.
had, man, at one point, the white man ain't had shit down there.
Nothing. That is true. Even though it was so called slavery and all that. Yeah, we still ran everything.
Yeah, blacks had it all down there. All of the farms, cows, man, horses too.
Yeah,
The black folks had it cornered down there.
I could take you right now on a black dairy farm. That was the predominant black dairy farm back in the
Uh,
early 50s.
uh.
The remnants of it's still there, still one family.
I'll tell
100
you,
acres.
if it weren't for slavery, the white man would have almost nothing in this country. Black people were so efficient back then. They were like machines, bro. They was opening up everything. They was building everything, establishing everything. They couldn't be stopped at one point. If they didn't have slavery, man, we'd have overran white folks already.
I'm not gonna just say slavery when we got desegregated.
Yeah,
A lot of people, it's an argument, but I feel we probably been better if we were still segregated. You stay on your
yeah,
side of the track, and I stay on mine.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then what really hurt us was that meritorious manumission, man,
Yep.
which gave the incentive to blacks to be turned against their own kind.
Yeah.
Do y'all know that a lot of white people used to work for black people, even back then?
I mean, as
It
for
was
slaves,
no, they used to work for black. There's a lot of black businesses. I'm gonna tell you, man, dude, they're not even telling y'all a quarter of the history in this country. Blacks had way more than you can imagine. There were black towns everywhere, bustling and hustling with commerce, industry.
Y'all, once again, the reason why they got rid of those towns, like Black Wall Street, like
Uh,
Rosewood, was because of the judicial system.
yeah,
That's the only reason why they destroyed all those black towns.
yep.
Was the
They
judicial.
didn't. They didn't want to. They didn't want them to have a rival police force.
Right,
They didn't want to have rival judges. They want to be
right,
able to control the law. You
right.
know.
See, we had our own. These towns had their own judicial system.
Yeah.
So if these towns would started driving by now,
That's what started. That's what started the jurisdiction stuff between police officers. Like you got like cops now can't like cross over to other states and do anything. That's what
right,
started all that because police couldn't go into certain black towns. They couldn't just cross over and arrest somebody. That's what started all that.
right. See, the white police couldn't come across the track,
No, they
and
could.
right. That's why they say run for the tracks. That old
Uh,
saying, make sure you run for the tracks.
uh,
That's why as long as you cross them tracks, you were safe.
that's right, because blacks had their own law system there. Blacks, you see, man, we got to get some real black history, Rodney. That February shit ain't nothing, man.
Nothing.
You know, we got to get some real. There's a lot of shit y'all don't know about, man. A lot. It's a lot of stuff that they keeping y'all in the dark about. Like that Mississippi burning the movie and stuff. Man, that was only like in like one little small area. Man, the South was much bigger than that. Every Negro in the South was scared like that. And whites didn't just go everywhere in the South terrorizing Negroes.
No, you couldn't. You
Okay?
could.
They went, yeah, because every Negro wasn't some kowtowing motherfucker you saw like CJ on that movie with Denzel Washington. That fucking the Geechee dude, man. Everybody wasn't yes or bossing like that, man. Black folks wasn't playing around back then. There was places, man, whites wouldn't even dare go in.
Yeah. The little town, the little port town that I'm in. When I say we are 90% black, we are 90% black back here. And these are all family. They've been back here for generations.
And you know what? And a lot of whites were out of work. A lot of whites used to get employed by black people.
Yeah.
They won't tell that story.
Hmm.
There were white people working. There were white people working for black people in Black Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you gotta understand, Max. There's a lot of things in this history that they don't disclose because you have to find the books because a lot of us not looking at the old books, some that's written by some of our scholars, some written by whites, and information is there. My thing at the end of the day is that people gotta understand that they cannot leave black people alone. It's suicide at this point.
Well,
Because if think about this, and I remember one book I have, and I never read it all the way through. I read only a page of it because I was looking for it. The book by Carnegie would say The Educated Negro. He said in his passage, after enslavement, within 30 years, black people, black men especially, were able to read and write much faster than everybody else that's not part of America in under 30 years, just by left alone. So if you're able to do this, it makes you want to say, think about this. How it makes sense why they unified the schools first after the military. Because that's where the base of the program starts. And we no longer teach our children instances we control. So now what's gonna happen now? It makes you so dependent on them. And they control your mind more now. So that's the food for thought.
What it really is, we don't respect our elders no more. See, all that I know, I didn't read from a book. See, we tend to figure we can only learn from a book. All my childhood stories are from real, actual people.
yeah.
You know, I know what it is to be down in the Delta. I know what it is to watch strong black men. I have seen men literally build a whole house in almost a day. By Nene house, Nene, her house is old and crappy, so they had to build her another house. They built her a whole house, men, in a day. See, we don't do that no more.
No. I don't even know how.
Don't even know how. That's why I say our men don't have substance anymore.
No, they don't know how to do shit.
If Nene, if her sink break or her water pipe get loose or whatever, we gotta call. So let me see if I can call somebody.
And you usually calling the white man.
Right.
Usually calling him.
You can tell what type of man you got by how many men come through your door. The same. That's our problem. We don't do that no more. You know, we have gotten away from a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
And sometimes they're not willing to learn. You know, have a relative when he got his house, he learned how to fix. He knew a little bit, but as stuff come up, he look it up to repair himself. He only called when there's something outside, and then he's watching the man, talking with the man, learning the things he don't know. He used YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube to learn how to do a lot of the stuff he do. He was making me nervous because he was talking about removing some trees from around his house.
Why? Because listen, I like men like that. I have met many men in my past like that don't know how to do the work, is not confident of doing the work. Many of them like that. I can work with them. The ones that I have a problem with is when I go do a house call and they sitting on the baby, we go eat. Like, okay, dude, this is a simple fix I'm about to do. You do this. So your wife got to pay me to do something that you could have done. Oh, that ain't gonna last long. Too many men coming through your door. See, a real man ain't gonna let no man come through his door.
That's right. My father and his friends, they ain't call nobody to do nothing.
Nothing.
They worked on each other houses. They all had different skills. Who couldn't do what, the other one would. If the other one couldn't do electricity, he'd call my father, somebody else. He'd come over there. They worked on each other houses. They ain't never called nobody.
Never call nobody. Too many men walk through his door.
Right?
That's like I say, these men. How many men walk through their door? That's why they ain't got no woman.
That's right.
Cause they let too many men walk through their door.
Yeah,
Too big.
because that's very attractive. Seeing a man using skills, you know, the mechanics, women around my community, those that are married or involved with mechanics, they watch them like a hawk because they repairing cars. A lot of women have no man to work on their cars, so she's keeping an eye out. Carpenter. There's a man. He has to kind of hide his skills on making furniture because he don't want to be making furniture like that. He does it because he enjoy it and he likes the challenge of a project. So he'll do a cabinet or building whatever type of furniture every once in a while, but he don't let it be known because otherwise he'll be hit every time he turn around by women wanting him to make furniture.
I know that's true.
Electricians. Yeah, because I was surprised. I knew he knew some carpentry because his dad taught all him and his brothers. But I didn't know he was into the furniture building aspect of carpentry. Until I saw this really nice cabinet being moved. I said, "Oh, where you got that from?" And they like, "Oh, Mr. So and so built it." What? And then I found out from my cousin. Oh yeah, yeah. He just don't let it be known, you know.
And he's very quiet. He don't say too much. He's very mellow.
Well, yeah, he's kind of quiet. Well, he is talkative, but that's because he was also my fifth grade teacher, and he's
Oh,
still be in teacher mode, and he'll
yeah.
be telling me, his wife, his daughter. I said, "You need
Well,
to
he's
come
a
out of
mellow man.
retirement and go back to teaching." Yeah, I said, "Hey, you know carpentry skill. Teach the carpentry if you don't want to go back to teaching elementary."
And but here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard because see, I understand you say yeah, teach,
Mm-hmm.
but when you try to teach, nobody supports you.
Mm-hmm.
They criticize you, scrutinize you for every little bit. If you say bring the kids out, we're gonna teach you. You might get 3, 4 kids to come, parents, and drop the kids off. That we don't get that type of support. We really don't.
Yeah. Last time I talked to him, he was teaching his great nephew who was interested in that, you know, and who came to him with some questions because he was fixing his nephew likes to take broken up furniture and rebuild them and fix it up and stuff like that. So 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 he was teaching him last time I was talking. So, but yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm yawning up in here. I think we should kind of end the live.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
peace, power, unity.
All right. Peace, power,
Ah,
unity. All right. Thanks, Rodney. Chaos.
Mhm.
uh-huh.
Max.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in, giving us the men's perspective. Let's see where. There we are. Just making sure I got my music on. All right. So everybody, thanks for coming in and joining us, and everybody that participated. Even though would like for y'all to come up on the panel and participate more, especially the ladies. This is ladies' night. I understand, but I am glad that you are still willing to participate in the chat. I had some interesting questions, interesting conversation, and some, little toughness here and there, But hey, we not echo chamber, but we ain't putting up with no crap neither. All right, everybody. Peace, power, and unity. Let's go out with some music. All right.